Şu an açtım.
Hi, Arnika.
Great.
There.
Oh, the sound goes round. Yes.
Now it's much better. Hi, good to see you. Be able to talk to you. Normally we're not allowed to have our pictures up, so that's great. Yeah.
Ah, yeah, exactly. No, I've had teaching all morning, so I couldn't come earlier. So.
There's a terrible echo in when you speak.
Maybe I have to go. Is it me? Should I go out?
No, now it's perfect. I think it's probably the distance to the microphone or to the laptop.
I wonder if
is it me?
I'll go out and come back.
Okay.
I hope it works then.
Okay. Wow. Hello? Hello?
Is there anyone from the Vienna technical stuff around?
I'm just trying to call
Okay, Friedrich, everything's okay. I think it is some problem with Anita. I think so. It is with her microphone.
With your microphone. Hi, Ednan.
Hi, Friedrich. How are you doing?
Fine.
Farid, how are you, Farid? Can you hear me? Farid.
Okay, I'm trying again now.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I think I called in.
But Anita, something with your microphone.
Don't worry. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
Farid,
Hello, can you hear me?
But it's not me because I was muted when it just went round.
I think perhaps Farid. Okay, now I am doing like video beenden. Little bit, wait, Friedrich. Okay. Farid, can you hear me?
Yes.
But something is with your microphone, Farid. Something is wrong.
Well,
You know, we
actually,
have
I had Zoom yesterday, and it was fine.
do you have two microphones, Farid? Wait.
Hold on.
Okay, now you have only one, just one. It is better. Can you talk me?
Yeah, I can hear. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's much better. Do you know?
Now it's perfect. Yeah.
You
Yeah. So
have
it
two
was.
microphones. I stopped one of them. It is much better now.
I
Okay.
don't know how I did
Arete,
this.
how are you?
Hello.
Okay. Farid is now much better. We can start in 10 minutes.
Okay. I have another request. Given the experience from yesterday and this morning, the passing on of the co-host was always disruptive. I suppose Arnika will have a PowerPoint, do you?
No, you will be a
Yes.
co-host. You can do what you want.
Yeah, but why don't you make us co-hosts right away?
You will wait. You are
Yeah,
not-
because my screen sharing has been disabled.
okay.
Mine as well.
Friedrich, you are now co-host.
And my video is also disabled.
No,
I don't mind, but if someone wants to see me.
Farid is there or organize. Anita, you can give your microphone free. So video, you can do it.
No, it says that host has stopped my video.
Oh, terrible.
I know. Well, I don't mind, but
Do check it. Go out. Come again. Try again.
no, it isn't that. I know it isn't that. It's because the host has actively, by accident or something,
Yes,
clicked.
you are.
Yeah. So I don't. It's not so much time. I really don't want to hassle again with the comings and goings. I did it once already. It's only if the host goes to participants and
Yeah,
just.
you know, I can do it at the moment. I am the host, but I don't know how can.
Yeah, you go to the participants in the down below the screen. Then you
but
click it open. You go to where mine. Aha! Now you have asked me to start my video. That's great.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
well done.
That was actually
Okay.
me who did that, but.
Oh, well done. Thank you,
Go on.
Friedrich.
As a
Farid.
co-host, I had the right to do that.
Ah, brilliant. Okay.
Farid, your background, your windows is a lot of light. Perhaps you
Amy,
can
let me
change.
check.
Yes,
Is that
this is
better?
much better for it.
Okay.
Do you
Friedrich,
you have
can you
more
also?
sun shining in Cyprus, Farid. It is.
Yes, we have. I mean, with that thing we have here, thankfully, we have a lot of sunshine.
Yes, it is. Farid is in Nicosia. That is because of that.
That's right. That's right.
Excuse me,
Farid,
Friedrich,
you
or
are
somebody
you have the
post.
moderation, Farid. You can start now.
Yeah,
Ah.
but could someone please just first allow me to do the screen share when I need it? Because I'm still disabled.
That's what,
You need to be a co-host to do that. And let me see if I can.
Yeah, but I think you can.
Yeah, I'll
take
work
it.
on that. I see if I co-host here. I make you a co-host. Okay, now-
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay, yeah,
Brilliant. Thank you. Oh, we are all very democratic session. This we share the
right, yeah. But that
power.
makes it easier. The only thing you have to remember, Arnika, is that you stop your share screen function at the end, because possibly I can do it as co-host. Yeah, but
No, it's okay. I will do
yeah,
that.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to smoothen out the process a bit by doing this beforehand, and I think
Yeah.
that works.
I could, in a way, start sharing already now, but no, but maybe the chair wants to say something in the beginning.
Well,
But I can-
now I'm told that
Şefika sen
I'll
beni
just test
şimdi
it.
co-host sensin yani. Du hörst ja, okay.
now I'm getting a message here that I should give
Yeah.
up the
Aber wer hat den Host gemacht?
I don't know how to give back a position. I'm
sorry,
sorry.
can I just say start the session, or I don't know?
Okay.
Shall I stop sharing, or is
Please,
it okay?
please stop. If you
Yeah.
one moment, and then we'll.
Yeah, I just tested that. Yeah,
Thank you
thanks.
very much. Sorry about that.
Friedrich, you are now host. Can you give me please host back?
If that's something I've never done, what should I do?
Give my host back, University of Vienna.
The question is how?
How?
You can go to name of University of Vienna
Where is that?
and look here, University of Vienna.
Yeah,
And
make that the host person. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now that worked.
No.
I am
it's
the host
Farid,
now. I am.
host. Please give me University of Vienna host back.
Who has it now?
First name, do you know University of Vienna?
Yeah, I have University of Vienna, and I
On
think
right, and give me host.
that's what I've done, and it shows
Okay.
that the University.
Yeah,
of
now
Vienna-
University of Vienna is the host.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. It is perfect. Good.
But I'm not sure if I think now you made me lose all rights again.
Okay, I give you Friedrich co-host.
Right. Yeah, that's something that would be helpful. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Now,
Good.
okay, now I can use the share screen function again.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect. Thank you very much.
Are we all done? I mean, are we ready?
No, I think we
have
need to
3
wait.
minutes. You can start for it.
Yeah, we have to wait for.
We have to wait 3 more
come.
minutes, yeah, to go
Okay,
that way.
okay.
Okay, yeah. Okay, this is a bit confusing, passing around co-host and host and such, but
Exactly.
But
always good to learn something new here.
Hallo Friedrich, Johannes.
Hallo Johannes, grüße dich. Ja, ich habe dich gestern schon gesehen, aber schön.
Johannes is our star. He is really very good one. Thank you, Johannes, for your attending.
Ja, man kann eben immer, man can only see one person because the non-co-hosts are not allowed to show their images and their videos, and so I couldn't really show my face yesterday.
But you can.
But from
see
the gallery
everybody,
view, you
right?
can go and you can see everybody now.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I can see everyone.
But
Yeah.
I have to stop now the videos only Farid, after Farid, next speaker. Now I am stopping the videos.
Hallo.
You can keep me because I'm the next speaker.
Okay.
That's Arnika.
Okay.
Okay.
Am I not? I should be first, right? Am I? I think so.
You should be first. But there's no video for you. Now, yeah, there's the video back. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Are you host, Anita, now?
At least I was just now, but
No. I am stopping all of the
yes, I am
videos
co-host.
here.
I
That's
am
fine.
co-host.
That's what you should be, yeah.
Yeah, because I need to share.
Just to be sure, who is the second lineup speakers? Is first
I'm the
Friedrich.
second one, yeah.
Friedrich, you are the second, and the third is Areti, right?
Yes.
And fourth is Khalid.
That's
Yes.
correct. Yes.
That's what the program says, yeah.
Yes, okay. Well, whenever.
I think we wait for 1 minute because if someone comes
Absolutely, no problem.
last minute.
Yeah, we still have 1 more minute to go, yeah.
I didn't manage to actually attend the session. How was this morning, if anyone had a chance to attend?
It was really good, Farid. It was really good.
Okay.
Idnan, have you realized that there's a mistake in the program?
Yes, we changed it. Farid will talk about it.
Yeah, I will say it.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
We discovered that this morning and we're wondering how you will.
Okay, Farid, you can start. You have.
Okay. Welcome everyone to this session, non-violent education and peace education. We have 4 speakers that I will introduce briefly in a moment. Before that, because of a mistake, we actually have to cut short the discussion period down to 10 minutes only, I'm afraid, because the next speaker, the plenary speaker, has to start at 3. So this was pointed out to me earlier by the organizers, and we have to abide by it. So even though speakers have the time, but the time for discussion and questions will be reduced from half an hour to 10 minutes, I'm afraid. Our first speakers is Professor Arnika Kuusisto, who is the professor in child and youth studies at the University of Stockholm. And she will be talking about nonviolent education and religions. Please, Professor Kuusisto.
Thank you very much. I will start sharing from here. Okay, yes, so good afternoon from quite grey Stockholm today. I will first move this so that I can see. Yes, so I will first show sort of a broad overview of the different projects that we have done that are related to this topic broadly. We have been looking mainly at value learning trajectories and worldview construction of young children, pupils at schools like older children and then youth, teacher, education, students, parents, and then teachers and authorities. And I have circled here the 3 projects that I will be drawing from today. Mainly, I will be focusing on the Academy of Finland funded ongoing research project, Growing Up Radical, Educational Institutions in Guiding Young People's Worldview Construction, because that is obviously comes very close to topic that we are dealing with in this session and in the conference in general. So just to go through some of the conceptual things, worldview here is a central concept. So in this study, it has been understood as individuals' unique ontological, epistemological, and ethical orientation to the world, which functions as the basis for meaning making and making choices in life. And it's in a critical role in understanding reality and providing satisfying meanings to life questions. And of course, worldview as a notion has been also used for both group values and epistemologies and the individual ones. And when we talk about radicalization and prevention of extremism and radicalization, it's of course also very much those group level values, also globally and virtually, that we are dealing with. So children's and also young people's worldviews these days are increasingly hybrid. They are combining elements from both religious and secular traditions, different ones, and also what, for example, my data set with young people illustrates is that, for instance, some of the preschoolers that I interviewed, they believe in reincarnation because they play video games, and there the characters have several lives. And I thought first when they brought it up, when the first child brought it up in the interviews, that wow, okay, well, I mean, there is a lot of religious diversity in Finland these days, but I didn't realize it's so sort of also in these small towns. But then it turned out that all these young children brought up this same video game that they were all playing about zombies and cactuses, where this part of their worldview was very much deriving from. Our Nordic Baltic data we have worked on with Olga Schihalöjer and Linda Wigdal and Arto Kallioniemi. We had 2,780 pupils in Estonia, Finland, and Sweden. And in this analysis, we were looking into their experiences of bullying at school and exclusion. And it turned out that half of the pupils in that data set reported having some experiences of bullying or exclusion. And these were comprehensive school ages. And because we had age groups from 9, 12, and 15 in this analysis. And the most vulnerable pupils were from families with other home languages than the majority school language, and children or youth with more religiously committed families. And this was actually quite alarming in many ways. And it's also one of the sort of grounding factors in why we, when we were building this new project proposal initially to the Academy of Finland. So this project is based in Stockholm, Helsinki, and Oxford. So there's Pia Koirikivi and Saija Benjamin and Liam Guerin, apart from me, in the project. And so I will run you through a little overview of some of the findings that Saija Benjamin has kindly summarized for us in a visual format. But just some of the key sort of background things, like why and how can education counter ideological extremism if we think about the non-violent education and education towards peace from that perspective. So of course we all know that the intensification of radical and extremist thinking has become an international cause of concern in many ways, and also many of the nation states, countries have introduced new sort of national values elements much more implicitly in their curriculum documents and policies, and also in many of these preventive programs, education has a key role. But very little in these studies, which very often come from political sciences and more sort of up-level global and societal studies, they very often lack the perspective of education, educational studies, educational institutions, ground-level education, and also youth. So this is part of the, or this is the niche that this project is targeting. So we have 3,617 young people in this dataset that I will be talking about today. And also we are gathering some additional data to that, not because we would think that it's not big enough, but because we had underrepresentation of the vocational side students in that data. And although we can, of course, tackle some of that statistically, we thought that we would like to balance that up a bit. So anyway, we do sort of want to emphasize the possibilities of educational institutions as spaces for preventing violent extremism. Okay. So yes, like I said, this is postdoctoral fellow Saya Benjamin, who is working in this project. So she has done this summing up for us. And first of all, just some background factors. So like I said, there is basically a big overrepresentation of the academic path students, 82%. The genders are more balanced, and mother tongue is 91% of them have Finnish as mother tongue. That would also be quite like the national, quite close to the national percentages. And these youth were between the ages 16 and 20 mostly. These, we don't actually, because this survey was anonymous, we don't actually know where exactly they live, but we know their school municipality. So we know that they live around these cities. So 45% would be attending an educational institution in the capital Helsinki area. And then otherwise there is quite a lot of variance also towards the east and north and west. And yes, 88% still live with their family. And we asked what kind of news updates or what kind of media do they follow. YouTube is the #1. And so out of those roughly 3,500 youth, 2,500 follow YouTube regularly, followed by Instagram, and then different newspapers and their electronic formats. So Facebook would, apart from those, Facebook was the biggest one. So it's not only us oldies there. Okay, so then we have asked, who do you want to stay in touch with? And they could choose 3 here. Friends come way before parents, but of course, because they are already living with their families, they wouldn't just necessarily want to mention that particularly. But then parents, siblings, other family members. Oh, I have a spelling mistake there. Experiences of belonging to or being affiliated with a religious community. Now, this is quite telling of the Nordic secularized setting. So it's 73% who say that they don't have experiences of belonging to or being affiliated with the religious community. However, 27% do. But this could, of course, be they have quite recently been in the confirmation school, and of course Friedrich, especially here, is a top expert in that and knows that even that most of the age group still attends those, even if they wouldn't belong to the church. So that could explain a vast range of even that 27%. Okay, and then we asked if yes, which religious community, and 66% would say Evangelical Lutheran, followed by Muslim, almost 12%, and then other Christian, about 10%. And oh, I have translated this myself, so all the spelling mistakes are mine. So experience of belonging or feeling affiliated with ethnic community. We had also asked 86% say no, that they don't sort of feel belonging, especially to, but this would also be related to the demographics. Basically, I think that youth wouldn't be thinking about it so much, maybe. And then activity in associations we had asked about, and so basically 2,800 say that they are not active in any association. So that wouldn't explain their sort of participants in society. Then we had asked about how important are the following to you. Religion for 60% was not important. Only 4% it was very important. And then out of the other sort of items, I lifted here a peace, advancing peace, because it relates to our topic now. So not important actively to work for that was answered 5%, but very important for 23%. And think about the matter or community that is important to you. Which of the next would you be ready to do for that? And now this, of course, is of critical importance if you think about the difference between extreme thinking, like fundamentalism, and radicalization. Because basically the biggest difference there is that you are ready to do violence because of your cause or ideology. So here the green is defended with using violence. So 71% say that they strongly disagree with this idea. 15% disagree partly, but 8% partly agree that they would be willing to defend their causes by using violence themselves, and 6% agree strongly. And I think these are quite high figures. But in comparison to this Nordic-Baltic data, in this data set, the experiences of exclusion or harassment, 89% say that they don't have any, or they have never sort of these experiences. But here I think we also have to remember the age and the context, because if most of these youth are in the academic path of the upper secondary, that would be there would be basically much less bullying also by nature of the institution than in the sort of more everyone, this kind of comprehensive context, basically, for several reasons. Okay, and then the reasons for the experienced exclusion when they have had them, basically, or harassment or unfair treatment. Those who had experienced that sometimes, it was mainly clothing or style. This would include also, of course, the religious wear, religion-related wear, and then 22% had said it's related to appearance, for example, ethnicity. And 19% connected these bullying experiences to religion. And those who are bullied often say for them it's 7% connected to clothing or other style matters. 5% say values, and another 5% say appearance, for example, ethnicity. And then we were looking at the resilience, because that would of course be a sort of protecting factor against extreme thinking. And these I will just run through quickly. So it's a relationship with peers, was like social networks. Relations with family was also another very strong factor there. Feeling togetherness and belonging at school. So this school belongingness was also highly important. That's the, you can see this sopii täydellisesti fits perfectly. That's the highest scores for that. And then the resilience supporting factor 4 was self-regulation. And as regards empathy, most youth score towards the higher end of the scale. And also that was connected to well-being. Okay. And then we asked how much information school has given on these factors. So school hasn't given very much information on terrorism or hate speech, but it has on religions and philosophies. So basically summing up here, I see that I have only a couple of minutes left. So basically what we want to lift up here today is that first of all, this time perspective and change, like growing up thinking, it's a process, but also these individual resources in this very complex, continuously changing social context are very important. And then if you look at the different school factors, it would be important that the school space would be also identity safe, a safe space, and that the role of and context of teachers would be to actively work against this exclusion. And then also something I wanted to lift up this in-betweenness of school context in comparison to school or home or the society at large. That's where the models for collaboration and dialogue are very much drawn from. And then we have also worked very recently on how the teachers could work and teacher educators with the teacher students with this kind of openness. This article came out last week. And then just to mention that you are also all welcome to follow up this or continue the discussion in the early SIG conference coming up mid-November, where it's also online. Thank you very much.
That was great. Thank you very much, Professor Kuusisto. Next, we move to Professor Fredrik Schutzer from the University of, I hope I pronounce it correctly, Tübingen. Professor Schutzer will be talking to us on just war to just peace, recent development in ethics and their educational implications. Professor Schutzer, please.
Okay, thank you. Can my camera be turned on, or Adnan?
Is the technical man with us still?
You have to open it yourself, the video.
Okay, because somebody turned it.
Okay, now it's working.
off.
It's okay.
Now it's working. Okay, thank you very much. Here's the complete title of my presentation, which is a bit different from what was printed in the program. From Just War to Just Peace is the title, Recent Developments in Protestant Ethics and Their Educational Implications. So that you know what my background is, I will start with a few remarks. The PowerPoint doesn't run, so I have to leave it again, but I say something about myself in the meantime. I'm working at the University of Tübingen, the Faculty of Theology, and there I am responsible for the training of teachers and pastors, especially for the school subject of religious education. And I'll give it one more try here. And this will maybe help you understand that I have a special interest in the theoretical background of peace education. At this point, I'm not working on a special project, but it is part of my teaching and of my work with my students here. My background, I think now we got it working. My impression is that peace education is in a certain crisis. This is what I want to look at and what I want to consider in this paper, not so much concerning its official standing. Much to my surprise, when I was young, peace education was a counter-cultural effort. It was against the establishment, and now you find it in the official curriculum. So it's become a very official thing. It is in crisis, not in terms of its official standing, but in terms of what it should mean, especially in Central Europe. Now, why do I have this impression? I look at some challenges for peace education in Germany today. And doing that, I realized that what I would like to call the formative period of peace education in Germany happened between 1949 and 1989. And it is very characteristic of the understanding of peace education, maybe until today, but only in a special way. It came about in the aftermath of World War II. Peace education meant no more war, and it meant that you had to do it in the face of an ever-present enemy in the East. It was the time of the Cold War. It was the time of the East and West confronting each other, with nuclear deterrence as the epitome of the Cold War, which in the case of Central Europe, Germany, and even my own area, meant that you had nuclear weapons in your own backyard, literally in your own backyard. So you knew what you had to do. You had to rally for a world without nuclear weapons, and you had to find alternatives to armament, which was the focus on non-violent resistance, which was supposed to make us live without weapons, without the protection of armies. Now, after 1989, and this is the point I'm trying to make, after 1989, this paradigm has fallen apart. There was no more close enemy. There was no East Bloc confronting the West. Instead, there was a multiplication of wars all around the world, and it became less and less clear who the aggressor is or was at the time, and what you could do to stop these wars when you were living here in Central Europe. Instead, a new threat came up, 9/11 as the symbol of that new threat of terrorism. Is that also some kind of war, or how does that fit into the picture? A lack of convincing and feasible strategies for peace in an increasingly confusing world. We have a partnership here in Tübingen with an African country. What should I do to support peace there? Cameroon, we heard about it in the first lecture yesterday. What can I do here in Central Europe to support peace in Cameroon? So there is a need for a new basis for religious education for peace. And with that, I turn to Christian ethics and a famous influential statement from the year 2007 from the Protestant Church in Germany, which I use as my test case. What does it help us? The exact title is Living from God's Peace, Working Towards Just Peace. But the most meaningful effort in this publication is a fundamental change of perspectives from just war to just peace. And I will say a little more about what this means in a minute. It has 4 parts. I cannot go into them, but so you can see what it holds. Threats to peace are analyzed, the contribution of Christians and the church, just peace through legal world order, and finally, political tasks. Now, what is the fundamental change of theological perspectives? It really means that the idea of just war is to be given up. Now, what does just war mean? Traditionally, just war meant that you could justify war. However, from the beginning, and the roots of this understanding of just war go back to mostly the Roman times, pre-Christian times, was that war should be regulated, war should be limited, and in war there should be rules for how wars are to be conducted and how your enemies should be treated. Augustine was one of the most famous Christian theologians who developed a theory of just war. Now, in this new statement, the understanding and the groundbreaking insight is that even talking about just war implies that you think war can be justified. And this is wrong. We have to move away from the idea of just war and give up the idea of justifying wars altogether. Instead, we have to focus on the social, economical, cultural, and political presuppositions of peace. The focus must be on peace, not on war. And I do think this is a very important move for all peace education. And for everything I've heard during this conference so far, I think it could be a very important basis. The focus must be on peace and not on war. The publication continues with the idea of limiting war to the most extreme situations, of situations where there are no other means left to defend yourself. In other words, it extends the idea of the right to self-defense to such extreme situations. So that is a little bit of an exception to this focus on peace. Instead, the commitment to worldwide justice is recommended, and especially strengthening world governance. Now, world governance, as you know, means that you are trying to strengthen institutions like the United Nations and other bodies of that kind, and international law that support this kind of world governance. They should come instead of war as peaceful means of conflict resolution. There are possible critical questions against this understanding, and I will just mention a few without discussing them here in detail. Of course, even if you want to limit war to most extreme situations, you can say that there is a continued adherence to the idea of just war and military interventions, because you still think there are cases where this is possible. This is a criticism that comes from pacifism that says this is not really convincing. Another critical point is that the statement does not really assess the current understandings of global governance and the reality of this governance. We all know the United Nations is a wonderful idea. However, it just doesn't work in practice. States, people, presidents defy them. They don't want to follow their rulings. They don't accept them, and they go to war anyway. So what is the reality of global governance, and how much can you expect from that kind of institutions? Interreligious dialogue is mentioned, but it is not given the attention it would deserve. Johannes Lehnemann spoke to that last night with the Initiative of Religions for Peace, and I think more appreciation of that would have been in place. And finally, for our context, I find the attention given to education quite insufficient. Let's look into that part of the publication, and I raised a number of critical questions in this respect as well. In my eyes, the awareness of the pivotal role of peace education is really not there. This may be a typical characteristic of church-related views and statements that they don't consider education so important. The section on education, it entails such a section. You can tell the total is 128 pages, and 4 pages are devoted to education. If you look at what they are addressing in these 4 pages, you see, first, education through worship services. Now, if you live in Germany or Central Europe altogether, Arnika was just telling us about how many young Finns don't feel like they belong to a religious community. You're surprised to hear that education should come through worship services because so few young people attend these services. School religious education is not mentioned, however. The second aspect there is the traditions and foundations of Christian peace education, and the famous Czech German philosopher of education, Jan Amos Comenius, is mentioned there. I think that's a good thing to do, to remind us that there are early precursors. Comenius was active in the 17th century during the War of 30 Years. Remind us of figures that had visions of peace education early on, but it does not exactly tell you what you should do today. The third comes closer to what our conference is about: education for peace and justice from early on and throughout the human life cycle. And finally, peace education as a dimension of all ecclesial work. The last 2 are certainly quite important, but you can tell now we're down to sort of a few paragraphs on these important things. This is what I call insufficient awareness of the pivotal role of peace education. Nevertheless, I think the statement can still work as a new basis for peace education in Germany, motivated and informed by religion. And you remember from how I started out that this is really what I'm interested in. We do need a new basis. We do need a new framework that can explain and make it plausible what peace education is today and what it should do. And I think the core idea is to understand peace education as education for justice in the broadest sense. Now, with this, I come to my last section, perspectives for a new framework for peace education in the field of religious education. You heard yesterday in the beginning with Uli Jäger, they consider peace education as something secular. They first have to rediscover that there's a religious dimension with it. I think that would be another discussion. For me, however, the focus is on peace education in the field of religious education. First of all, I want to clearly state this dual relationship, peace education as a core task of all religious education. When we see education for peace as the core of peace education, this cannot be a special topic. It cannot be a special area of religious education, but it has to be present throughout all religious education. The other, religious education as constitutive for all peace work. That this is not really true at this point can be seen from the statement from the church, which I just quoted in the last section, that this is not automatically understood for us, it is an automatic. I would expect 3 contributions from religious education, which for me now are the main focus of peace education in the 21st century. Education for justice based on the religious traditions and their commitment to justice. I think this is the special contribution that religious education can make to education for justice, to draw on the religious traditions, to find their visions for peace, to make them available to young people today. And I think from the beginning, this conference has done a very good job, for instance, looking at the Quran, finding the peace traditions in Islam and making them available today. So this is a very, very important point. However, it is not just peace, but it must be education for justice, following the understanding that it is not just against war and not for just wars, but for peace and the social presuppositions of peace in the world. The second, which I would like to see appreciated more in this context, is the meaning of interreligious understanding. Of course, Johannes Lehnemann last night was addressing the importance of this dimension as well. And we've heard, for instance, from Arnika just now, how much tolerance, education for tolerance and mutual respect should be addressed as part of peace education. However, I do think that many conflicts in the world do have a religious dimension, even if religion never is the sole cause of the conflicts. But there always, or very often, is a religious dimension. And this is why interreligious understanding is really quite important. Interreligious understanding, however, not just as an abstract idea, but again within the framework of justice. So we're not just talking about intellectual problems of the Trinity or of the unity of God or whatever, but it is really about the contribution to justice that comes out of this kind of education. And third, and I think we haven't really heard much about this, education for reconciliation. From our point of view, and I could say from my Protestant point of view, Lutheran point of view, conflict is something that can never be avoided. Humans will most likely continue to hurt each other. And this is why it is important not just to think about what can be done to prevent conflicts, prevent aggression, but what can be done about reconciling people who used to be enemies. And again, I do think that the religious traditions include special resources and examples of how reconciliation can be achieved, how reconciliation can be supported by education. So in a nutshell, my new basis for religion-related peace education today has three points: education for justice as the main point, the core of everything, interreligious education, and third, enabling reconciliation. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much, Professor Schweitzer. I enjoyed that. We move to our third speaker, Dr. Areto Demosenos, who is the director of Institute of Historical Research for Peace. She has taught in many universities, including the City University of New York. Dr. Demosenos, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Mirpaheri. I don't know where I am. Can you see my presentation?
We cannot see anything relating to you here.
Yes.
I can only hear your voice.
Yes, 1 minute.
Okay.
Let's now share. Now it's okay.
Yeah, we see that. Yes, yes.
But you should turn your camera on. We can't see you.
Yes, 1 minute. Why it disappeared? Okay. Yes, it is because it is 31 degrees. And this is the reason I have difficulties. Now it's okay. Again, I am there, yes. And my
we can see, yes, we can see you.
Yes,
also
we can
my
see you.
presentation, it's okay.
Yes, we can see that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you to Professor Aslan for this interesting and informative conference. Of course, I would be happier if this conference was taking place here now in Nicosia, and Professor Mirpaheri would host us at the University of Nicosia, and later maybe we could go swimming or have a cultural event. But never mind, I hope next year or after next year, when this COVID-19 goes away, we will have the conference here.
Oops.
I would like to start with an academic anecdote from recent Cyprus history. In Cyprus, 1955, and after the struggle for independence had begun, the partisan movement against the British, organized by the Christian Greek people, was getting stronger. The British then, who used to act according to the slogan divide and rule, appointed Muslim Turkish Cypriots as auxiliary policemen in order to support their effort to defeat the struggle of Christian Greek Cypriots towards independence. This created enormous religious hatred between Muslims and Christians on the island, something very counterproductive to peaceful religious coexistence. A basic problem to the understanding of religious education as a peaceful one is the historiography. Historical religious thinking is the process of understanding religious history deeply and widely, a tool for predicting future possibilities and collaborations. Religious peace is hidden also by historiography because children learn more about religious wars and victories, not much about the way to treaties and the national victories of the neighboring countries belonging to different religion than their own. Emphasis is often given on the dividing, not on the common cultural religious elements. Textbooks include biases and stereotypes. I remember when I gave birth to our daughter in Munich in 1992, my Turkish friend asked me, my best Turkish friend asked me, is this the first sentence Greeks teach their child, inshallah we get back Istanbul, Constantinople? And then I asked her, I don't know that. And then she told me this is in one textbook in Turkey. Now to the models for nonviolent religious education. Educational model is an abstract from real human behavior in teaching and training. It is related to pedagogical or educational research and can represent theories of learning, pedagogic and didactic. It is used for communication and design at the educational level. Religious education, formal and non-formal, has to move away from religious educational propaganda. Examples: who is not with us is against us. However, it might be he is neutral, not against or with. In the case where religious education excludes all others who belong to a different religion than our own and considers them to be sinful and wrong, there is as a consequence the absolutist rejection of those who have a different faith and the separation of people on the basis of their religious adherence. Pupils have to learn, and they learn, I think, already from kindergarten, through playing, singing, and drawing, that there exist other children belong to other religions. These children are also our friends. Religious life is mainly empirical, based on positive experiences with religious-inspired people. Therefore, mysticism and worship. Religious tolerance is taught by parents at home or in school by discipline. A good teacher of religion has the task to help students learn using positive experiences, a visit to a mosque, to a synagogue, to a church, exchange ideas with inspired religious leaders, professors, social workers, etc. Visit houses where deprived people live and support them, and alia. Although children get amused by the negative, they get easily used to the positive. They have to get used to face the difference of religion as richness to the society. In ancient Greece, it's important that the gods of Olympus never asked people to do wars for them, albeit they themselves, the gods, loved, and they were always in war. They loved fighting. The model of multifaceted identity, learning that I have so many identities, students accept those others may have and become willing to coexist and co-work with them. For instance, I am Cypriot, European, Mediterranean, Middle Eastern, Orthodox Christian, Greek. When I give seminars to schools, secondary schools here in Nicosia about multicultural and peace education, always I show a photo of mine and then I ask them how many identities I have. If they understand that I have many identities, they will understand also that the other kids are allowed to have religion, to have culture, but all may be different than ours. Religious wars are not about facts, but meaning. No room for multiple interpretations, unfortunately. Teachers have to start from the multiple existing elements and identities in order to avoid a later major connection or conflict based on the difference of religious identity. Religious education may move away from any kind of religious stereotype language or insult. A bad example, in a lyceum in Nicosia 6 years ago, two Muslim pupils were attacked with bitter words. Every day a new jihadist act was committed abroad. Recently, a lecturer from the university they are studying now told me that these pupils face psychological problems, although before they never had any problem, because the others were attacking them. Emigrants and foreign workers respect the hosting country, its religions and laws. Even the country's flag in a Christian country may be carried by a Muslim emigrant student on the National Day parade, like here. The same may be allowed and accepted in a Muslim country to a Christian student. The idea of a one and unique best way should be replaced by a variety of punctuated equilibria, which take into account local specificities. Effort may be done at school in order to reach an approach of friendship and not confrontation, to build on the common religious values, to use the differences for a positive discussion among pupils, to feel protected in one's own religious framework. A comparative teaching approach always helps. Okay, something to the religious influences in Cyprus. In the Turkish side, although secular, is also national, the aiming in education, the promotion of the national Turkish identity, according to the poem of Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, Türk'üm doyuruyum çalışkanım, which ends with the phrase Ne mutlu Türk'üm diyene. It is a huge proud to be called a Turk. This emphasizes the necessity to be united under the name Turk, although it might be not Turkish, but different in culture of origin. This is good. It's an umbrella, a uniting umbrella. There is also religious transformation. When President Erdogan came here, he said, let's make our religious education better. Here in the Greek side, the aiming of the education is multicultural education and peaceful education. But according to the constitution, the Orthodox Christian religion is protected, and also Islam, because Islam and Christianity are the religions of the two main communities. Important is to remove the religious constructs from the textbooks. Constructed realities in textbooks, which differ in both communities, have to be removed. And this is all over the world, not only here in Cyprus. Examples, in Greek side, they say who does not forgive will go to hell. History is not allowed to be changed. Muslims are not baptized. They are not clean. These all are constructs. They must be removed from the education. In the Turkish side, they say who is not Muslim is of minor social status. Greek side is rich. We are poor. Greeks committed a massacre of Turkish Cypriots at the village of Palothia. Okay, this event is accepted by Greek historiography also, but there were 13 Turkish Cypriots killed there. It was not a massacre of thousands of people. This, to make it not to be a construct, the textbook must always give the number of the killed people. Blessing to those who know history, what Polybius the historian said, is not a construct, because it's good to remember to our history, the Turkish community and the Greek community also. The last point is to emphasize and teach the common religious values, virtues, using philosophy and theology as it follows. And this must be in the curriculum. Children at school must make research on that. For instance, the word peace, how many times it is included in New Testament, how many times it is included in the Holy Quran, in the Greek philosophy, etc., etc. In Judaism, Judaism mentions many times the word wisdom in all sacred books. Wisdom is also virtue. And of course, on the way to non-violent religious education, textbooks are changing. And this is an example here from the textbook Kibris Türk Tarihi, 8th grade, page 21. Here the boy has kilise. Kilise means church. And he is running with somebody who has here Agel. Agel is the leftist communist party. And they are running together towards Enosis. Enosis is the unification of Cyprus with Greeks. So this is a stereotyped photo, which reminds the children to the clashes of '63. And this is from the history of Cyprus, the 7th until 11th grade. It is removed through the reform was made 5 years ago in the textbooks. An Ottoman Muslim is here, and he has killed in this way a Christian Greek, and through this children got afraid. Now all this is removed. And my last short story is about this event, which is referred by Homer in Iliad. Diomed, an Achaean hero, and Glafko, a Trojan hero, went to a prearranged duel in order to settle a point of honor. Before the contest started, Diomed recognized who was Glafko and shouted, "Give me please 2 minutes, we need to exchange our armor." The leaders of the tribes then, being astonished, asked, "Why this now?" Diomed answered, "Glafko's father gave us hospitality when I was a child. Now I have recognized him. According to the principles, I cannot kill him, so I have to at least give him my good armor and sword, and I will go to the duel with his less strong armor." The leaders then said, "Already the duel is over. We do not need to proceed. Virtue has won." This might be the task of the religious values today, to ensure the victory of virtue in its effort to cope with globalization and difference in religion, for the benefit for all, and for peaceful religious coexistence all over the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Damascenos. May I just ask, towards the end of your talk, you said a Muslim, an Ottoman Muslim, hitting or torturing a Christian Greek. Is it significant that in the first one you used the ethnic background as the first Ottoman Muslim, but the second one you said Christian Greek, or did you just accidentally use that? You didn't say Greek Christian, you said Christian Greek. And the first one you said Ottoman Muslim.
To come again to the photo. Can you see now the photo?
Yeah. No, it could be quite accident. I just wondered if there is a significance. You did that, you said that deliberately, or it's just...
No, it's on purpose, because if I say a Turkish Muslim, this gives more oil in the fire on the conflict. At school, children have to know that this conflict in Cyprus was started by the Ottomans. Of course, somebody may say that this is also the current Turkish policy nowadays by Turkey, that the Ottomans came to Cyprus and the Ottomans invaded. But when somebody works for peace and for peaceful coexistence, it is important to develop a language which is really peaceful. What is the use of saying this man here is a Turkish Muslim? Turkish Muslims are today nearly half of the population in Cyprus, so maybe they are insulted. Another example is that it was in a textbook, also this is removed on the Greek side here, that Vasilios of Bulgarochtonos, Basil who killed the Bulgarians, and it was a historian, a documented text for pupils of gymnasium, that this Basil the Great killed many Bulgarians. Now it is a question if we have 10 pupils in a classroom who are from Bulgarian workers in Cyprus, how they will feel if they have to study this text. So it's better to move the word killed the Bulgarians. This applies also with this photo here, yes.
Thank you very much. I hope in the discussion will come up. Yes. The Professor Chryssistos' presentation on the policy implications of her research. I would definitely love to learn more about it. And as with the presentation of Professor Schütze. Now let's move to the, thank you for that, Dr. Damascenos. Let's move on to our last speaker. Has the last speaker changed, by the way? Is it still Mr. Khalid Kifi-Peri?
Yes, that's me, yep.
Oh, yeah, you are there, okay. No, that's great. Mr. Khalid Kifi-Peri, let me say that he is the co-executive director of an institute or society called ARC, which is a merger of two other institutions. I did try to actually find what ARC stands for. I guess it's something to do with art, religion, and creativity. But I would like, before you start, maybe you put me out of my misery and tell me what it stands for. He will be talking on wrestling with the notion of peace, the role of experience in early Quaker articulations of nonviolence. Mr. Kifi-Peri, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So yes, in the other kind of aspect of my life, I serve as the director there, which is arts, religion, culture. You were very close there.
Okay.
So my work is often around the issues around theology and creativity and the arts. Today we'll be talking more about some of my denominational service as an academic. And to contextualize my work, I work in religious education and practical theology, and I'm also a traveling minister in the Religious Society of Friends. If folks have heard of us, they usually know us as Quakers. So the context and kind of genre of this piece is kind of in the theological, kind of philosophical way, but I actually think that there is something about our particular history and our notion of peace and the impact that we've had that is useful potentially for folks, regardless of whether they are Quaker or not, and about peace education, as particularly in the moment around issues around secularization, which we already heard about somewhat today. So the first piece, which is significant, is to talk a little bit about our context. The origins of the Religious Society of Friends, Quakers, came in a period of civil unrest in the British period between the two kings, Charles I and Charles II. Charles I in England was killed, and then there was a gap before the son, Charles II, was made king. And in that period, there was an enormous social and religious upheaval. At that period of time, the Church of England was the state religion, and there were many contemporaneous rebellious religious movements that were going on. It's not right to call them denominations per se, because they didn't intend at that time to become denominations or sects, but there were many things kind of happening that were disconnected from the large formal state religion. And the tradition is often associated with the charismatic leadership of a person named George Fox, and he was not trained as a theologian or clergy person. He was the son of a weaver and was a literate and intelligent and charismatic young man, and during his teenage years felt like God had called him to itinerant wandering because he felt the Church of England was apostate, and so he began to wander around England to figure out what would come next for him. And the core of the tradition, as you can see here, is around unmediated experience of the divine. And I'm going to share a piece of text with you from George Fox, and this is from 1647. He says, this is from his journal, during this period when he first realized that something other than the Church of England would be possible for him. He said, when all my hopes in all men were gone, so I had nothing outwardly to help me, nor could tell me what to do then, oh, then I heard a voice which said, there is one, even Christ Jesus, that can speak to thy condition. And when I heard it, in my heart did leap for joy. Then the Lord did let me see why there was none on the earth that could speak to my condition, namely, that I might give him all the glory, for all are concluded under sin and shut up in unbelief as I had been, that Jesus Christ might have been the preeminence, who enlightens and gives grace and power. Thus, when God doth work, who shall prevent it? And this I knew experimentally. Now, this will come to be quite significant momentarily. In the 1600s, that word experimentally in English would mean what we might now see as experientially. So this is the beginning of a recognition that experience is a legitimate source of theological reflection, that knowledge can come about one's experience in the world. So what comes along with that in the Quaker tradition is an emphasis on experience over academic knowledge. A couple pieces again from Fox, 1648. We'll go with just the second one here in the bottom. I had not fellowship with any people, priests or professors, or any sort of separated people, but with Christ, who hath the key, and opened the door of light and life unto me. I was afraid of all carnal talk and talkers, for I could see nothing but corruptions, and the life lay under the burden of corruptions. So the idea here is there's a kind of anti-structure. They're not interested in professors. They're not interested in formal theology. The Quaker ministers that emerged were not kind of trained inside of systems of seminaries. In fact, even today in the ministry as I serve, it's actually quite unusual to become theologically educated. In the whole of my denomination, I'm one of no more than a dozen theologians in the entire world in my tradition. It's just simply not usually associated with higher education. And partly it's because of this experiential piece, that you don't need the knowledge. And this is related to why we're called the Religious Society of Friends. This comes from John 15:12 through 16. This is my commandment, that you love one another as I've loved you. No one has greater love than this, to lay one down's life for one's friends. This is Jesus talking in this text. You are my friends if you do what I command you. I do not call you servants any longer, because the servant does not know what the master is doing, but I've called you friends because I have made known to you everything I've heard from my Father. So this is the basis of kind of where our name comes from. The idea is that the Spirit, through experience, commands us to certain ways of being in the world. And that was often associated with this thing called testimony. And the idea was that because we could experience God as speaking, that meant that we had this thing called a testimony, which is the experience of God speaking. You can imagine it as kind of a small revelation. The idea that God's will becomes manifest through experience in people, and this was a kind of a major movement of the origins of the tradition. And a couple of texts here from the end of that generation, 1676. The scriptures, whose meaning God has revealed to us by the testimony of his Spirit, and of which we've been made aware by experience. So again, we see this motion of inward authority being the thing that reflects outward. The testimony of the Spirit, that we can read that as experience, as recorded in the scriptures, answers the testimony of the same Spirit in the heart, just as a face answers a face in a looking glass. So the testing against scripture is actually held up against one's experience. That experience is held to be co-authoritative with the text. And so what that means is testimony. We get lots of testimonies. The idea that you can have a testimony for peace, you could have a testimony for equity. You could kind of imagine a number of things. I have it written here as testimony of X. And this didn't ever actually happen this way. This is just functionally how it happened. What it meant was the Quaker had an understanding of scripture or experience confirmed by our sense of God's Spirit that X is true. So we would talk about testimonies as being small revelations that had occurred to us. And the word testimony here functions the way that testimony does in the context of court. That there's an experience of the Spirit, and in this case, the Spirit of God. And because of that experience, we now want to live in the world in a different way. And so when we would say we have a testimony for something, what we meant was we're testifying to an inward experience. And as a result of this inward experience, outwardly, we would like our lives to be different. So the Quaker commitments to peace gets articulated as a peace testimony, but the text I'll show you, which is sometimes pointed to as the peace testimony, is a little misleading. The testimony is a referent pointing inward to an experience. And the thing called the peace testimony is just a piece of text that got written about that experience. And I'll share just a small piece of it. It's quite long. This is just an excerpt. And this is written in 1660 to that man, Charles II. The text says, all bloody principles and practices we utterly deny, with all outward wars and strife, and fightings with outward weapons for any end or under any pretense whatsoever. And this is our testimony to the whole world. And we do certainly know, and so testify to the world, that the Spirit of Christ, which leads us into all truth, will never move us to fight and war against any man with outward weapons, neither for the kingdom of Christ nor for the kingdom of this world. And this really began the kind of religious and theological practice of a kind of intense Christian pacifism, which persists pretty significantly to this day. And on the other side of the Christian pacifism, there's this idea within Quakerism called the seeds of war. The next generation, an American Quaker minister named John Woolman, commented that there's a connection between wealth and war. He says, it's like a chain in which the end of one link encloseth the end of another. The rising up of a desire to obtain wealth is the beginning. This desire being cherished moves to action, and riches thus gotten please self. And while self has a life in them, it desires to have them defended. So the seeds of war swell and sprout and grow and become strong until much fruit is ripened. May we look upon our treasures, the furniture of our houses and our garments, and try, and this could be read as see or test whether the seeds of war have nourishment in our possessions. So there's an inward work that extends outward, and John Woolman was one of the preeminent abolitionists in the United States. So the idea is it requires inward focus as well as outward social focus. So the idea here is that there's a real tension between kind of thinking broadly, what we call notional thinking, that's academic thinking, propositional thinking, argumentation, versus experiments or experiential things. We don't need to necessarily prove it outwardly. There needs to be an experience which drives things forward. And now we're going to skip through time 372 years to kind of bring us to the current moment. So what we were talking about was the early part of the tradition, and now I want to kind of do a bullet point list of some of the things that happened between the early part of the tradition to the present. Well, Quakers had major involvement in peace movements, including the creation of non-combat service, resistance to military service, the ending of slavery in the United States, the reformation of mental health care systems, prison reform, relief and service in post-World War II Europe, including in Austria and Germany, work on anti-nuclear proliferation and racial justice work, especially alongside Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. here in the US. It's also the case that there were numerous schisms and splits in the tradition. Now there are 5 branches, we say, of Quakerism. In the United States, there's a polarization between anti-creedal and anti-propositional branches and stronger Jesus-centric scriptural focused branches. And in the liberal Quaker branch, there's an increase in religious universalism, including atheist, non-theist, and humanist Quakers. The general shift has been towards secularization. So there's an unintentional codification of the testimonies among multiple branches. And testimonies now has been morphed into a synonym with values without much of a strong sense of its tie to the idea of a testimony as an experience. So in 1943, a person named Howard Brinton, trying to clarify and simplify Quakerism for people who are trying to teach Quakerism in our congregations, looked over our history and said he saw 4 general categories of testimony, 4 kinds of experiences, and he called them community, harmony, equality, and simplicity. And in 1943, when he wrote this, he said, for the sake of clearness, this is going to be oversimplified, but it's useful to have these category headings: community, harmony, equality, and simplicity. Well, today, that same thing gets taught as what our testimonies are. So we say a testimony is a public statement or witness based on beliefs of the Society of Friends, which give direction to our lives. Now, this is in pretty drastic contrast to the early tradition when testimony meant an experience that was inward that we are testifying to outward. Instead, what we've shifted to is a kind of a normative, propositional, or the early Quakers would have said notional thinking, that it's more abstract, it's based on categorical thinking and argument as opposed to experience. And so you can see, I'll give you just a couple examples here. This is a Quaker school, and they say the Quaker testimonies are spices, and it stands for simplicity, peace, integrity, community, and equality. And they say Quakers agree to a core set of values known as testimonies. This is a real kind of theological kind of turning over of the idea. Agreeing to a core set of values is actually quite different than testifying to internal experiences. So there's been a shift where it's become an external referent to some argumentation. You can see it's even taught this way. The spices: spirituality, simplicity, peace, integrity, community, equality, and now stewardship for the earth. It's taught in this form, which is kind of propositionalized and categorized and very abstract. And it's referent to the internal experience, while somewhat present, is now de-emphasized. So this raises a question for me, both within the religious society, but I think more generally for anyone interested in peace education. So within contemporary Quakerism, there is a diversity of ways in which testimonies, including the testimony of peace, are discussed. In general, most materials employ a sense of experience as a norm, rather than a particular convicting, transformative, mystical experience that's being testified to. There's nothing morally or ethically wrong with a conversation about the testimonies as a sense of codified values. However, there does seem some aspect of the tradition that's missed when the experience of conviction is diminished and testimony as the way we live what we believe is emphasized, right? When we stop focusing on the internal and focus on the external, there's a shift that's happening. And I think the questions for reflection that are relevant here is not just for my denomination, but more broadly in peace education. Given the diversity of experience and expression in contemporary Quakerism, or we could just say pluralism in democracies, how is peace to be taught or discussed? Is there a place for the sense of personal, instructive religious experience more common in early Quakerism? If so, how might peace-focused religious educators create spaces for people to have experiential encounters? And what would be the marks of an experientially focused peace education program? And right here, I have a sketch, which I think might be applicable both in the Religious Society of Friends, but also more broadly for people interested in the kind of experientially based. It would start inwardly first with an experience exhuming the seeds of war. There would be recognition that we're often complicit in systems of damage and we have to do internal and external work. And then a recognition that pluralism can be supported without it being abstract. You can focus on concrete experiences rather than general categories. And then engagement for peace ought to come as an act of conscience following from the inward, with time possible given to transforming power. So whatever that means, however people might name transcendence or God. And it would be more of a practice than a belief, not a set of values, but an experience. And then how we discuss it ought to reflect all of the above. And I think that there's, for those people, especially engaged in the religious basis for peace education, there's a question of the role of not just tradition and scripture, but also experience here, which I think is a relevant thing to grapple with and is not often discussed.
Thank you very, very much. I found that also very interesting. There's particularly an overlap, I think, with my own work. I work on mysticism and peace, and how if we do not have peace within, we may not be able to achieve peace without. Thank you for that. All four very interesting papers. I would personally would love if the chance presents itself before we finish the session, for Professor Busisto to let us know about the policy implications of these quantitative research that she did, and which can be great help. One point, and again briefly with Professor Schweitzer, he did mention one thing, that every conflict has a religious element. I mean, does that mean the war in Korea, North and South, or the Second World War, or many other wars? They all have a religious conflict. Dr. Damascenos, Cyprus, you think now the history books are cleansed of all those segregating elements that give identity, adversarial identity to peoples? And this multi-layer, multifaceted identity that you talk about, can it anchor individuals in sufficiently powerful and well-founded social arena that they can still be effective, meaningful social animals? And of course, the last but not least, Mr. Kiefer Perry, is very interesting. There's a huge, I'm sure, overlap between mystic elements and what I think what you said, that this external approach to reality and even truth, and overlooking self, and highlighting, emphasizing out. And it's, I think, my belief is that there is a lot to reconsider there. Now, before I talk too much, I have one chat here. Okay, I have a question here from Mr. Michael Amin Kramer. Thanks to all speakers. My question goes to Professor Schurtzer. Thank you for your enlightening presentation. I wonder what you mean with extreme situations regarding limitations of war. Can you please give examples? Are, for instance, stealing land through an occupying power, apartheid, or systematic discrimination of a religious minority group extreme situations? Even more important, how to deal with these situations at schools? In which context should these situations be addressed? Confessional RE and interreligious education? Or I guess confessional RE, I guess refers to religious education, or ethics. Professor Schurtzer, please.
Okay. The reference to extreme situations was a quote in my presentation, a quote from this statement from the Protestant Church. And I think it refers to basically situations that have to do with self-defense. So stealing land normally is not a situation of self-defense. So that kind of view would say this cannot justify war, but you have to have more extreme cases. I myself find this a very open question. What Khalid was saying, I mean, reminds us of this deep tension within Christianity, and I mentioned this as a criticism of this church statement, a deep tension between pacifist convictions, which I think are well-founded in the New Testament. I see that myself, and I myself feel close to pacifism. And on the other hand, the need for self-defense, which of course Jesus did not accept. He thought self-defense was always wrong. If someone hits you on your cheek, you offer the other cheek. But is that really humanly possible? This has been an ongoing discussion throughout all the history of Christianity. Now, I think in education, it is not our task to pretend that we can resolve such tensions. The first task is to make young people aware of this tension, to show them how the history of Christianity has included such tensions. I do feel that the pacifist decision should be part of religious education, even if I cannot tell the young people this is the only one and you have to follow it. So this, I think, is important. Now, we all know, I mean, like these so-called situations of self-defense come by surprise. And so I think it's a task of education to, in an attempt of prevention, to address them as long as they are not on the agenda. And so hope that people will be more able to consider their situation more wisely and more deliberately than without education. I do think personally that some of the questions, I mean, I was just discussing about some of this with my Muslim colleague here at the university, Fahima Ulfat, and we are wondering, I mean, like, how do young people think for themselves? Do they think that their faith, whatever it may be, allows them to join the military or not? So, I mean, like, to really go into these questions, not in general, but about your own person, is a very meaningful task. And I do think this comes much closer to what is often called a confessional religious education, denominational religious education, than a general study of religion. But that's a different debate, and I don't really want to go into that here.
Thank you very, very much for that. I'd like to ask Professor Kuusisto, Professor, have your data come to a point that you can actually base or suggest policies to authorities, to governments, or you haven't reached there yet?
Actually, I have to say we have been, I don't know, lucky or fortunate or something, but there was no national policy guidelines for this at all in place in Finland. So actually my postdocs have written them now for together with a third junior scholar based on our findings and hers. So they have written for the Finnish National Agency for Education and the Ministry of the Interior. And they are also available in English online. I will share the links. But basically, I mean, it builds on different models. There's several different international models available. These sort of prevention of violence, and yeah, it builds on resilience and mutual understanding and that kind of things. But yes, so usually, I mean, we always, as researchers, we always whine that we don't actually get to influence the policy at all, but we had just very fresh findings and we wrote the policy. So, I mean, I didn't, but yeah, so
Great.
yes, it has been utilized.
I'm sorry that we have less time than initially allocated to us, but well, it happens sometimes. Dr. Thimozenos, let me ask you this quickly before I go to Mr. Perry. Now, Cyprus is one of those, well, not exceptional, but few places when the church actually hoists the flag of the country, and not of the country where it belongs to, but another country, that is the flag of Cyprus, flag of Greece. In my experience, having lived here for 23 years, if I'm not mistaken, I still have not seen a church hoisting a Cyprus flag. Is actually a Greek flag. Now, there is this unbreakable link between Greek nationalism, Hellenism, and Orthodox Christianity, it seems. Do you see that by editing history books and so on, you can actually try to bring about a perception and an identity of Cypriotness, which can be separated from the church and from religion? You can see that?
Thank you, Professor Mirpacheri. I published also an article about the Cypriotness. Of course, there is this intellectual movement, but also it is accepted by many people. They regard themselves Cypriot, not Greek or not Turkish, in both sides. Regarding the flag of Cyprus is this yellow I have there. This yellow island, which is made by a Turkish Cypriot who was a teacher. The flag of the church is the Byzantine flag, and the flag of Greece is this flag with the cross and the blue lines. Yes, there are many people, though, here on Cyprus Republic, they prefer the Greek flag. You are right. It's somehow complicated. This is the reason I am stressing always when I speak about these issues, the multi-faced identity, because the multi-faced identity everybody has many identities, so we can have also many flags. I don't know if it is correct from your research or not. Like I can have many identities, I can honor different kind of flags. Otherwise, we will be killed. Also in the Turkish side, they have the flag from Turkey. They have their own flag. It's different and very difficult to tell people that your flag will be only this, because for the flag, they learn by their families that they must be able to sacrifice their lives. So it's very, very sensitive issue. But I think we made much progress also in the textbooks, also in the social acceptance of this Cypriotness. So we are Cypriots, we are not, you see, I cannot say we are not Greek or we are not Turkish. We are Cypriots, we are Greek, some they are Turks.
Thank you, Dr. Sorry, because of us, I'm just reminded to say that the next session will start in 5 minutes. So I have to ask Mr. Kiefer Perry, and this is very important. Now, UNESCO Charter says that the wars begin in the minds of men. Therefore, it is in the minds of men that the construction of peace must begin. I personally believe if you forget the inner peace and leave the individual frustrated, angry, you will not be able to achieve peace outside. Please elaborate from your point of view on that. No?
I think I very much would agree with a kind of a plurality or a both and approach, very similar to what we were just hearing, in the sense that I happen to also agree that it would, and you saw in my sketch of the model there, that it emerges from personal experience, but that doesn't mean that we ought not also do, for example, quantitative work and policy based on structures and systems and categories and abstraction. The challenge is in a movement towards greater data, greater policy and abstraction and generalization. How do we make sure that that work is happening, but not taking the place of inward work? I wouldn't say it should happen there and not in large systems, but I think that the pendulum swing has been towards abstraction and large systems and policy and data, and that is good, but it's not good if it replaces inward work. So the question is dialectical or dialogical. In response to the movement towards large systems, we also need to begin to cultivate habits and educational environments where internal work can meet the external work being done.
Thank you very, very much. I wish we could actually meet physically as it was originally intended, so we could have a drink, dinner, and discuss things further. I really do wish that. Be that as it may, now we know each other, at least through this contraption, and hopefully we will keep in touch. I'd like to thank you for your enlightening presentations and hope to have the pleasure of meeting you again, hopefully next time in person. Thank you very much. Are we done?
Thank you very much for it. We start in a few minutes with our next session. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Thanks.
So I'll see you in the next session.
I hope. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome, Juan. Adnan, are we supposed to start now? Sorry, I didn't receive sort of my...
Okay, we can start now. Thank you. Please.
Oh, you would like us to start? And am I doing the intro? I'm sorry, I didn't receive, like, would you like me to introduce Professor Cole?
Please do it. It is your job.
Okay, oh, sorry, I wasn't sure if there was like a global,
okay.
Global in charge. Well, welcome everyone, dear friends, from the US, Europe, Cyprus, Turkey, and thanks so much to the University of Vienna, Edna and Evrim and the crew for organizing this wonderful conference. We have the honor of receiving a keynote presentation by Professor Juan Cole. And I have some very brief biographical intro in case you are not familiar with Dr. Cole's work. You should be, because right now he's very involved in building, facilitating, laying the foundations for Islamic peace studies as a discipline. Professor Cole is an accomplished academic, an American scholar. He is also a well-known public intellectual on matters related to the Middle East, Islam, the Muslim world. And you may pursue some of his writings on his web blog, Informed Comment. He's done extensive work in the Muslim world and published many volumes, especially related to Shiism, both Shiism in North India and in Iran, and about Islamic studies more generally. He's a historian. He's Richard P. Mitchell Professor of History at the University of Michigan. And most recently, maybe there's something even since this, but I'd like to draw your attention to his book, Muhammad, Prophet of Peace, Amid the Clash of Empires, which was published in 2018. So I would like to invite Professor Cole to give his presentation. Is the title still the same? Then I'll announce the title, or would you like to announce it?
Well, let me do it.
Okay, I'll let you do it in case you want to make any adjustments. And again, thank you all so much for your participation. Dr. Cole.
Yeah, thank you so much, Marcia, for that kind introduction. And thanks to the organizers of the conference for having me speak. Could I just get a reminder how long exactly you wanted me to talk?
I believe you're allotted half an hour for your presentation, and then we have discussion for another half hour. So I think you can feel fairly relaxed.
All right, good.
And that wall of books is very, very beautiful background.
It is virtual. The actual wall of books really is well organized. Well, thank you all for being here. I want to talk today about a set of verses in the Quran, primarily in the Mecca period of the Prophet Muhammad's ministry, roughly 610 to 622 of the Common Era, which deal with, I think, interpersonal issues of peace. And these verses in the literature seem to me not to have been problematized in the way that the sayings of Jesus and the Sermon on the Mount, for instance, have been the object of a great deal of study and thought. It's not as common for anyone to gather these up, these verses, which are, I think, the Muslim equivalent of the Sermon on the Mount, and examine them together. So let me bring up my presentation. And I'm really talking about turning the other cheek in Islam. First thing to say is that the divine is very much wrought up in the Quran with peace. And there is a verse in 59:23 which identifies God himself as peace. So he is God, other than whom there is no God, the King, the Holy, the Peace, As-Salam, the Defender, the Guardian, the Mighty, the Omnipotent, the Supreme. So these are names of God in the Quran. The ones listed here have somehow to do with protecting people. He's the defender, he's the guardian, and that seems and of course the holy, but it seems somehow to be related to peace. And peace in Arabic means not only the lack of conflict, and it does mean that, but also security, well-being, prosperity. And there are thousands of pre-Islamic rock inscriptions that have a formula in them of wishing peace for the inscriber and asking the deity to provide that kind of peace and security. So the Quran itself and the later Muslim literature about the life of the Prophet depicts him in a situation in Mecca where the Quran began being recited by the Prophet as revelation. It depicts him as encountering opposition. He is preaching a monotheistic message. God is not like anything else. There's only one of him, and it's inappropriate to associate with him in a pantheon any other deities. And so he and his community received taunting, ridicule, and the Meccan chapters of the Quran, they're called surahs, do not speak of violence. If we went by the Quran as our primary source, there doesn't appear to be violence by the pagans toward the Muslims, nor vice versa. In this era, one verse does talk about the pagans plotting to expel the Prophet from the city. And so there were severe tensions and at least consideration of rather harsh measures, but the Quran itself does not speak of actual violence. And so it depicts the early believers around the Prophet as sitting around, in gatherings with their pagan fellow citizens of Mecca, and then sometimes being taunted and harassed, persecuted in various ways, and how to deal with this. So the Quran says in an early chapter, be patient with what they say and take your leave of them graciously. Graciously, literally, here it says beautifully. And then it's in the voice of God, it says, leave the affluent who impugn you to me, giving them a respite. So these are people who are impugning the honesty, the veracity of the early believers and of the Prophet. And God instructs them to not reply with any sort of punishment or reprisal, to simply withdraw graciously. And this seems to me to resemble a little bit some of the sentiments in the New Testament. Paul says vengeance is, quotes the Old Testament that vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, and urges the early Christians not to be the agents of that reprisal. There are another set of verses that talk about wishing peace for your enemy. In the 25th chapter, it says, and the servants of the All-Merciful who walk humbly upon the earth, and when the unruly taunt them, they reply, peace. Again, peace here is a prayer. When you, in Arabic, in this era, when you wish peace upon someone, you're asking God to bestow security on them, prosperity, and peace. And so they're being instructed to reply to, the word is literally the ignorant, but in classical Arabic, the word has an implication of someone who is lacking in self-discipline and self-control. So the unruly, I translated it here. When the unruly taunt them, they are to reply, peace, peace be upon you. So they're to receive this oral harassment, this social ostracism, this attempt to reduce their status and to wish peace upon their enemies. And as the Quran goes on, if we follow it according to the Theodor Nöldecke's conception of the ordering of the surahs, which is based in Islamic tradition. And as we get into the middle and later Meccan chapters, the Quran goes beyond simply instructing the believers to withdraw or to wish peace, to actively doing good to the enemy. And so there is in 41:33 through 34, it says, whose discourse is more beautiful than one who summons others to God and performs good deeds and proclaims, I am a monotheist. The word in Arabic here I'm translating as monotheist is Muslim, which does not, in the Quran, does not refer to solely to the community of the Prophet, but also to the to any monotheist, to Jews and Christians. The disciples of Jesus say, we are Muslim, and I believe it's properly translated monotheist, or at least that captures some of the sense of it. And then the Quran goes on to say, good and evil are not equal. Repel the latter with the greater good, or possibly the greatest good, and behold, your enemy will become a devoted patron. So the early believers are being instructed to return evil with good. And they're given the hope that in so doing, they will have a transformative effect on their opponents, on their persecutors. And that those persecutors can be, as human beings, reached and transformed and brought into a relationship of patronage and support for the early believers through this ethical response. And this seems to me quite remarkable. And, even in the New Testament, some authors have talked about how the prescriptions for replying to one's enemy are not terribly dialogical. It's all about the internality of the believer, how they should feel about it and how they should act. But this is dialogical. This is turning the other cheek as a method of ethical transformation of the other. I think some of these verses of the Quran do have a context in the Christian background of the rise of Islam. Most people in the Eastern Roman Empire had converted to Christianity by the early 600s. Not all. There's evidence, both archaeological and literary, for the survival of small pagan communities at the fringes of the cities among villagers and Bedouin. And of course, that seems to have been the case in Western Arabia, which is substantially beyond the frontier with the Eastern Roman Empire. But most people were by that time some kind of Christian. And the archaeology of Western Arabia does not show inscriptions to the old gods after about 400 of the Common Era. And so for the 200 years before the Prophet's ministry, we don't see in the archaeology, according to experts like Christian Robin in Paris, we don't see strong evidence of pagan survival. That paganism is mentioned in the Quran as a literary source, but there are also a few inscriptions in Western Arabia that appear to be Christian. They have a cross scratched onto the rock. And so there seems to be much more Christianity in the background of Islam. then the later Muslim tradition, which is quite distant from the Prophet's own lifetime, allows. So there's a verse in the chapter of Al-Qasas, the stories, 28:50 to 57, and it says of a group of Christians who either thought well of the Prophet and his message or possibly converted. And it says, these shall be given their wage twice over. That is to say, their wage in heaven, they'll be rewarded double in paradise. These shall be given their wage twice over because they patiently endured and avert evil with good. So again, that returning of evil acts with good ones, and expend of what we have provided them, that is to say, they're generous to the poor. And if they hear abusive speech, they turn away from it and say, to us our deeds and to you your deeds, peace be upon you. We do not want the rowdy. We do not want the unruly. And so this group, which are characterized as having received the revelation before the prophet, are probably Christians. And I think this is a vague reference to some of the values in the New Testament about turning the other cheek. Just to remind us, in the Sermon on the Mount, you have Jesus with the series of antitheses. You have heard it said, an eye for an eye, but I say to you, do not resist the evildoer. And by the way, there's a verse in the Quran which allows for an eye, but says that it's much more virtuous if the person will forgive the perpetrator of the tort. You have figures. I've given you a picture of Saint Maximus the Confessor, who was a contemporary of the Prophet Muhammad. And at the time of the Quran, he produced a work, 400 aphorisms on love. And he addresses some of these New Testament themes about turning the other cheek. Of course, he's very distant from the Quran in time, in space, but not in time. He lived in the Eastern Roman Empire. He was writing in Greek. But I think those Christians that the prophet, that the Quran was praising, may have been monks who were especially devoted to this value of turning the other cheek. So, as I said, here is the verse about the lex talionis. The Quran admits the retribution for a wrong is a wrong, the like of it. And remember, that statement is one of proportionality, and it's partially intended to prevent people from going wild and inflicting massive punishment on small slights. The retribution for a wrong can only be a wrong, the like of it. If someone injures you a little, you can't injure them a lot. But then the Quran goes on to say, but God will recompense whoever pardons and makes peace. Surely he does not love wrongdoers. So the early believers around Muhammad were being encouraged also to set aside the eye for the eye and the tooth for the tooth, to go to a deeper and more spiritual response to having been injured. And then there's a remarkable set of verses in chapter 7 of the Quran, 7:19 through 25, which is about the fall of Adam and Eve. And in the Quran, after Satan succeeds in tempting them, and they are expelled from paradise, God God's statement to them is descend being enemies to one another. So in the Quran, the immediate aftermath of the fall is not sin in general, but it's violence. It is feuding. And of course, Western Arabia was a region without a central state. And while most people were settled in villages and small towns, there was a significant Bedouin population which lived from raiding and feuding. Although the Bedouin also had ironic relationships with villagers, traded meat and yogurt for grain and so forth, but it was a lawless situation. And so the Quran seems to envisage the aftermath of the fall as like a tribal feud. People fell into division and violence in the aftermath. And then it cautions in a further verse humankind. It says, children of Adam, if messengers come to you from among you relating our verses, whoever fears God and makes peace will have no fear, nor will they sorrow. And in the Quran, there's more than one word for peace, more than one technical term. There's salam, which is, I mentioned, peace, prosperity, security. There's sulh, which typically has to do with making peace, with conciliation. And so as I read these verses, and this is eisegesis in a way, it's something that has occurred to me and I haven't seen in the rest of the literature. The fall is a fall into violence, into feuding and discord. And salvation is to be had through the individual believers making peace. Unlike in Christian theology, where the solution of the sin that comes with the fall is the sacrifice of Christ on the cross for the rest of humankind. In the Quran, the resolution is peacemaking, peace work on the part of the post-fall believers. That's where salvation lies. So these early, this early Muslim community or community of believers around Muhammad were praised for wishing peace on those who harassed them. Members of the previous religions are praised for returning evil with good. The believers are instructed to wish peace, to pray for peace, even for the pagans who are their enemies. The context of this, if I can just back up, is a kind of world war that was raging around the rest of the region beyond Western Arabia. The Iranians and the Eastern Romans had fallen into war. The Iranians invaded the Near East, and for the first time since Rome took Jerusalem, it fell to foreign hands. It fell into Iranian hands in 614 at the time of the Prophet's ministry. This Iranian advance on Rome is mentioned in the Quran. So some of the context of these verses about peace and this attempt to create a community of peacemakers is, I think, that great world war. And so the early community around Muhammad was growing up as an alternative form of society in which there wouldn't be this rapacious and vicious war going on. And one of the reasons that the Quran often gives for instructing the believers not to reply with violence and rather to reply with good to one's persecutors, one of the reasons is given is that they have no sovereignty. They are not Musaytir, they're not dominant, they're not guardians of somebody else. They don't have a custodial role in society. And that does change. And of course, when the community goes to nearby Medina, having been persecuted and harassed, and the Quran really speaks of them as expelled and losing their homes, their property, becoming refugees in the nearby city of Yathrib or Medina, then they're formed into a sort of polity. And when the pagan Meccans come after them, and clearly with mayhem and murder on their minds, the Quran does allow self-defense. And that's where the verses that are often quoted by the critics of the Quran come in, is those verses are permitting the believers to fight a defensive war. I believe that the Quran does not authorize an aggressive war, but they are authorized to fight a defensive war. And I think one of the differences, I don't believe that the Quran ever abrogates the previous verses having to do with turning the other cheek. I think those are interpersonal instructions and that they remain current. And there's lots of evidence later in the Quran for an attitude of peace seeking and peacemaking. But once there is a polity and it has a kind of legitimacy, I believe the Quran develops a theory of just war. And in this regard, I would just say that the Quran is not different in making this distinction than late antique Christianity. Saint Ambrose, a church father a couple hundred years before the Quran, said that if you see the strong persecute the weak, want to harm or kill women and children, and you do nothing about it, then you're as bad as the aggressor. This is a Christian church father who's approving of violence under certain conditions. And of course, St. Augustine was a cheerleader for the Christian Roman army and justified its wars and nevertheless preached turning the other cheek as a matter of personal ethics. And so I think it was common in the late antique world to make this distinction. I don't think one was seen to abrogate the other. Now there was a tradition in later Islam that Qatada and other exegetes who did have mixed feelings about these peace verses because of the later turn to just war in the Medina period. And there were imperial exegetes who were very keen on promoting even aggressive war, citing these later verses of the Quran, and who didn't want to highlight the earlier ironic verses of the Quran. But I think it's possible for modern scholars to find a frame in which to consider all of them without seeing them as contradictory necessarily, again, no more contradictory than was common in late antiquity. Finally, let me just say that this talk and the book I wrote, Muhammad, Prophet of Peace Amid the Clash of Empires, are all part of a project at the University of Michigan on Islamic peace studies that has resulted in teaching by myself and my colleague, Samer Ali, who's co-director of the initiative, and which was funded by the University of Michigan International Institute. It's been a wonderful experience with the undergraduates at Michigan to explore peace themes in the Islamic tradition and peace movements in the later tradition as well. And we've had a number of conferences on the subject as well. So I'll leave it there and open.
Thank you so much, Professor Cole, for that enlightening talk. And I would like to remind our colleagues that if you have questions related to the presentation and its themes, please type them into the chat, and then we can address them to the presenter. So as the moderator, perhaps I'll break the ice and, ask a question, and while our colleagues are formulating and typing their responses. So thank you very much for this, fascinating talk, and this work is clearly of great importance. Some of the questions that I had, you actually covered in that very extensive, thoughtful conclusion. But I would like to ask a very broad thing that your talk and the work you're doing in Islamic peace studies made me think of. How do you feel that this can or will have an impact on the curriculum? Because a lot of the participants in the conference are educators, are involved in either interfaith work or Islamic religious education or other types of religious education studies. Of course, in Europe, it's much more a part of even the public school curriculum than it is in the United States. So I'm wondering, are you and your colleagues working to try and make that dissemination, shall we say, into various curricula, and what do you think are some of the promises and challenges?
Sure. Well, I did a survey when we began the initiative on the intersection of peace studies and Islamic studies, and found that the Venn diagram is rather thin. There hadn't been a lot of writing. There had been some very good writing, but it was a small literature on the intersection of peace and Islam. And this is a contrast to peace studies in the United States, which seem to be in the majority promoted by the peace churches and by the colleges and universities associated with them, as well as the Catholic Church. So, obviously Quaker institutions like Haverford and so forth. Then you have you have centers for peace studies founded with money from the McDonald's fortune at Notre Dame and the University of California, San Diego. So there's a lot of work on Christianity and peace studies, but very little on Islam. So the initiative was formed in part to promote peace studies among people who study Islam, because the argument being there are quite a lot of Middle East and Islamic experts who haven't taken up this particular theme and haven't looked into it. And it is a rich history. So in our conferences, we've had presentations on the Murid Sufi order of Senegal, which is pacifist in orientation, on the Muslim Gandhists of the 20th century who reinterpreted Islam in a Gandhist fashion, the anti-apartheid activists among Muslims in South Africa very frequently adopted a nonviolent ethos. There's a wide canvas on which to explore these issues. The 2011 Arab Spring in Egypt, for instance, involved a lot of youth who would chant Silmiya, Silmiya, peaceful, peaceful, as part of their protest, and who explicitly looked to Martin Luther King, for instance, for inspiration. So there's a a wide canvas on which this can be, this enterprise can be approached. And so, yes, my syllabus is online. Our conferences and our publications are being done in the hopes of provoking our colleagues who have the skills to look into all this to do so. You're muted, Marcia.
I didn't want to have feedback, but I better leave myself on. Yes, I was saying your talk has generated a lot of fascinating questions, and I'll try and take them perhaps not necessarily in order, but let's see if we can get to them. And one question that I think that's a challenging question, and I'd love to hear your answer on. So Johannes has asked, so Muslims are wishing peace upon all the believers, but what about groups that claim to have a revelation after Prophet Muhammad, for example, Baha'is, or I suppose Ahmadis? What do you propose? What does your work kind of bring to that issue?
Sure. Well, I really don't want to be in the position of dictating to Muslims what they should feel about their own religion. I'm a scholar of the religion, and I'm trying to come up with solid historical and philological studies of the texts and the movements, but I wouldn't feel comfortable in saying to Muslims, well, therefore you should do X. It's not a normative, it has normative implications, I think, but it's not a normative project that I'm involved in. And I can say that the Quran seems to me to have a pluralist soteriology. In 262, the Surah Al-Baqarah, the chapter of the cow, lists Judaism, Christianity, something called Saba'un, which we don't know exactly what that is, and the believers of Muhammad, as if they live in righteous lives. If they have faith, they believe in the resurrection, and they live righteous lives, they are promised a portion of paradise. And I think the implication, and it says all who believe in those things. So although it lists specific groups that are saved or can be saved, and this is in contrast to the Meccan pagans who are considered beyond the pale. But it seems to be monotheism, righteousness, and a belief in the judgment day get you in. And so from that point of view, any group that was so characterized, it seems to me the Quran would look upon with favor. But how exactly to work that out in Muslim terms is up to Muslims. And of course, I would say probably a majority of Muslims reject the interpretation that I just put on 262. And we have to do a lot of work to substantiate it.
Thank you so much. Now, we have several questions, and I hope our colleagues don't mind in the interest of time. There's a theme that runs through a number of the comments, which I feel that you did address, but perhaps you could address it again directly, which is that in fact, there are verses in the Quran that are very explicitly encouraging aggressive, what appear to be aggressive actions, or even as the questioner says, there are verses where violence appears and several of them are quoted. I'm sure you're familiar with them. Al-Baqarah 2:191, Toba 9:5. I guess the famous sword verse. So slaying pagans and unbelievers. Are these about, the question is, are these about self-defense, or how would you deal with interpreting these verses? So perhaps you could state that.
Yeah. Well, in the chapter of spoils, chapter 8, it makes it explicit that fighting is only allowed in self-defense, and says don't become aggressors, and don't go beyond the limits is the literal translation. So yes, I think all of those verses having to do with warfare are about self-defense, about just war. And what I would do in response to the quotation of those verses is to suggest that the questioner read what St. Augustine says about war. They asked him, is it all right to ambush people in war? As a Christian, given the Sermon on the Mount, can you trick somebody into their death in this way? He said, yes, if you're fighting a war, you should use the tools of war. And so while these verses, if you just pick them out and have them as an acontextual consideration, may seem harsh, they're commonplace sentiments among, as I said, the church fathers of Muhammad's era and the 2 centuries before. And they're also not numerous. So those of us who study the Quran are a little bit annoyed that, you go on the internet and there's this list of 6 or 7 of these verses, which are about, prosecuting a war of self-defense and give instructions. But they're a very, very tiny part of the Quran, and they're usually not contextualized. The other thing to say is that they're often not very well understood, and they're very badly translated. And the Quran in general, in my view, is scandalously badly translated. I don't think it's a well understood text. So in contemporary Arabic, there are 2 forms of the root qatala, QTL, which have to do with killing. Qatala, form 4 with a long A, is fighting. Qatala without the long A, with a short A, is killing, and that's what's being translated as slaying. But in the Quran, it seems very clear to me that qatala is often used to mean qatala. That is to say, that if you read the verses contextually, that verb doesn't mean kill. It means fight. And so our contemporary Arabic may be interfering with their understanding of classical Arabic, because there's a verse in the Quran that says, kill the enemy and take them captive. So what, are they putting manacles on the corpses? It clearly means fight the enemy and take them captive. And so, the first thing I'd say about those militant verses is you have to be very careful with them, because they haven't been properly contextualized and translated. And then, as I said, once they're in war, of course, you would set up outposts and you would watch the enemy movements, and you might ambush them, and that's war. But the Quran maintains that the war was started by the pagans. First of all, they violated the norms of the sanctuary city of Mecca, which was supposed to be a place of peace and supposed to be open to all who worshiped there, and expelled the prophet and his followers, and took their property, made them exiles, made them penniless, and then denied them access to the shrine, all in contravention of pagan norms, and then sent raiding parties up to Medina. So the Quran clearly makes a move from what in Mecca seems to me to have been a kind of pacifism to permission for self-defense and just war.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to ask another, I'd like to present another of the questions in the chat box. I'd also like to request you perhaps at the end of the talk when this is relaxed, you could paste into the chat the link where the participants could find information about the Islamic Peace Studies program and a link to your syllabus, which has very extensive list of articles on this topic and resources. And I think that would be really useful to our colleagues. So the question here is from Yilmaz Ansarulu, and he would like you to elaborate on the difference between the two concepts, salam and sulh.
Sure. Yes, as I said, the Quran is rich in words, in terms that have to do with peace. And sakina is another one. Salam means peace, as I said, but also prosperity and well-being. You know, we have a lot of books about 10 steps to well-being nowadays. Well, in classical Arabic, I think they would be about salam. And it's not just the absence of fighting. So, you know, Johann Galtung, the great, you know, in a way, the founder of our field, because he was the first chair in peace studies at the University of Oslo in 1955. Galtung has made a distinction between negative peace and positive peace. Negative peace is the absence of fighting, but positive peace is doing things that will contribute to the establishment of peace practices and avoid fighting. And so to the extent that war might be caused by relative deprivation, then welfare measures for the poor might be a form of positive peace. Diplomacy is a form of positive peace. So I think while salam can have aspects of positive peace, I think it's to some extent negative peace. Not negative in a pejorative way, but that it is about peace itself, the absence of war or of hardship. But sulh is positive peace, very clearly positive peace, and has to do with making peace. So the believers are encouraged to make peace among one another, because there were divisions, as there are in any community, and some severe divisions of a tribal or other sort. So the believers are commanded, islahu dhata bainakum, you know, make peace, actively make conciliation among you. And this is a very important value in the Quran. And then the word is also used for people outside the community, the desirability of sulh or conciliation and peace with the communities outside of the believers. So this idea of peacemaking, of positive peace, seems to me quite central in the Quran, and usually it is sulh that is deployed for that purpose.
Yes, if I can comment, your formulation right now reminded me of the discussion in the previous panel about doing the inner work. You know, so part of the way to peace is doing inner or spiritual work, and then there's all the outer work of diplomacy and negotiation and so on. But we do have another kind of broad set of inquiries of, for example, what about the hadith? so looking, I know, and here, of course, we're getting into the insider and outsider perspectives, but I hear a lot, for example, in perhaps I don't know if you would quite go this far, but I heard echoes of Muslim liberals and modernists who are saying, well, let's go with the Meccan, the Meccan chapters, and the Medinan chapters could be historically contextualized, or so we might look at Mecca as a baseline, but then also the hadith seem to contain more of the, shall we say, aggressive material, and then the whole idea of abrogation that you spoke of. So perhaps if a Muslim insider is going to run with some of these ideas, would they be inspired or on board with a more liberal interpretation that would have to go that route? Because kind of what do you do about the hadith and some of the Medinan verses?
Yeah. So again, I don't view myself as involved in a proselytizing mission. I have an understanding of these texts, but I'm putting it out there for anyone who is interested in it. I'm not trying to press it on anyone or dictate to someone how they should practice their own religion. They would know better about that. What I can say as a historian is that the advances we've made in manuscript studies and even the study of these rock inscriptions in Western Arabia assure me as a historian that the Quran is an early 7th century document. And I have come to conclude that the later Muslim story about it, that it came to the Prophet Muhammad between 610 and 632, his death, is entirely plausible, and certainly is the baseline for my own work. And so it's a primary source, as historians consider primary sources. If we want to know about the Prophet and his society, just as people try to study the St. Paul through his epistles, so I think we can study Muhammad and his society through the Quran. And just as the epistles of Paul, we think were written in the 50s for the most part, so also I think we have a range of years for the Quran. Well, not everybody in the field would agree with me about that, but I think there was a moment 40 years ago of hyper-skepticism on this subject, and that we have enough firm evidence to set that aside. So, in historical studies, establishing what is the primary source and kind of weighting your sources for how primary they are is absolutely central to our enterprise. And so I think the Quran is our only primary source. If our question is, what was the Muslim community like in 615, we have no way of getting at that except in the middle Mecca chapters. And so the hadith are sayings and doings attributed to the Prophet, which were collected centuries often after his death, and can't be securely dated to the 7th century. And so families do pass on notes and oral information. One thinks about the African-American family of Thomas Jefferson, who maintained for over a century that they were descended from him and couldn't get a hearing from white society. But they knew this about their own ancestry, and finally DNA proved that what they said was right. So I'm not one of those who would dismiss everything in the later tradition, whether it be biographies of the Prophet, the Sirah, or Hadith literature, or whatever. But as a historian, I have to weight them less than the Quran itself. And I have to see the Quran as the controlling document. So if there is something in the later Muslim tradition that seems to me to be self-evidently contradictory to the Quran, then as a historian, I have to disregard it. But I understand that people are not living their lives as historians, and that my point of view on this may not be welcome or be in accord with the practice of ordinary everyday Muslims throughout the world, and that's fine. But I have to be faithful to my own métier, and I've had conversations with Muslims who admire some of what I've accomplished, and who want me to authorize, that later literature, and I just can't do it for them in a blanket sort of way.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive answer, and that was really helpful. Somehow, in my own mind, what sort of popped into it was, I'm sure you're familiar that in Quranic studies right now, the literary approach of looking at the structure of the Quran and ring theory, and seeing that in a context of other Near Eastern literary traditions, but also in a theological sense, let's say looking at the center of the ring and seeing that might be the kernel of the message of that section of the Quran. It's a methodology that came out of contemporary literary approaches, but I'm finding quite a sympathetic reception among Muslim scholars. So I think I want to sort of second it, that some of these methodologies that might at a certain point have been considered non-Islamic or potentially destructive to tradition are now being received more positively among Muslims as a hermeneutic tool. Do you agree or disagree? Or?
Sure. Well, I think the Muslim tradition is vast and various, and Muslims are now a fifth of humankind. They're going to be a third of humankind by the end of this century, probably. So there's all kinds of approaches to this religion, and many very sophisticated ones. There have been Muslim Heideggerians. There have been people who've done various kinds of philosophy at high levels, and so I think the kind of image of Muslims as mired in tradition is silly, not to mention that tradition itself is very rich. So you think about it, even in classical Islam, the syllogism was admitted from Greek logic, and it was constrained in some ways. They wanted the major premise actually to be mentioned before it could be used. But nevertheless, it's a syllogism, it's a Greek syllogism, and it was applied by the great Muslim scholars to the Quran. So I don't think that it's anything new that Muslims engage with in things like theory. And I just think that the ratiocination of Muslims about their religion is a truly vast subject and a complicated one. And there's this tendency to think of it as a simplistic tradition, which I cannot understand. I think it's a very rich one.
Well, thank you so much, Professor Cole. We've come to the end of the time allotted for this session. And so I, really enjoyed this discussion, and thank you to all the participants. I'm sorry if I wasn't able to frame your question, but I'm sure you could privately communicate with Professor Cole if you want to follow up on this fascinating and rich topic. I'd also like to remind you, Juan, to put the address of your the URL where participants can find your syllabus and find more about your Islamic Peace Studies program. And I would like to turn it over to the next moderator.
Thank you, Professor. Can everybody hear me well?
Yes.
Great. So welcome everyone to this fifth session of the ongoing conference on peace education and religion. My name is Rania Ibrahim from the Department of Islamic Theological Studies in Vienna. And I have the pleasure of moderating this indeed very interesting panel. I'm sure most of you have already heard all the instructions, but I will very briefly repeat them again for the ones who are new. This panel includes 4 presentations. In order not to waste too much time of the presenter speaking time, I will very briefly present each speaker separately before the respective presentation. However, we will start the discussion at the end of all talks, and you will have the chance to type your questions into the chat box below. So now I have the pleasure to welcome our first speaker of today, Professor Julian Hazen. Thank you for joining us today, and welcome to our session.
Thank you very much.
Professor Julian Hazen is the Deputy Director of the Global Nuclear Awareness Program at World Life Institute and Senior Lecturer of Religious Studies at Niagara University, New York. And she'll be talking today about peace through love, the Sufi peace-building paradigm. We're very excited. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would I be able to share my screen so I could share my PowerPoint presentation?
You can do it. You are a co-host. You can do what you want.
Okay, great. That's a lot of power. All right, so share screen. Got it. Right. There we go. So thank you. I'd like to first thank all of the organizers of this program, and thank you for the introduction. My talk is titled Peace Through Love, the Sufi Peace-Building Paradigm. Abdul Karim Bangur's edited book lays out 5 Islamic peace paradigms based on Abdulaziz Said's work in the area. There is peace through coercive power, peace through the power of law, peace through willpower, which is nonviolence, peace through the power of communication, conflict resolution, and number 5, peace through the power of love, transformation of person and community. This is the Sufi peace-building paradigm. Sufism, as you may know, is often described as the mystical tradition of Islam. Those on the Sufi path strive for the actualization of what is known as Tawheed, the unity, the oneness of God. Recognizing that a lot of suffering and strife comes from failing to recognize and uphold the interconnectedness of humanity and creation at large. Those on the Sufi path seek a spiritual transformation by submitting to God and purifying the self, by destroying the lower ego and doing what is beautiful, known as ihsan. So that then the divine attributes can shine through, like the reflection on a mirror reflects the image of the beholder. This is an inner transformation. During this, the individual becomes more in tune and in line with what is real, Haq, the truth, the creator, the sustainer. This paradigm believes in the innate goodness of humanity. It upholds what the Quran and Hadith, sayings of Prophet Muhammad, relay, that humanity was specifically created for the actualization the manifestation of love. It has been argued by Ibn al-Arabi and Rumi and many others that love is the key to Islamic life and practice. Peace through this paradigm, as the professor before me was saying, talking about negative and positive peace, this paradigm is both. So yes, there's a lack of hostilities, as for example, the rough edges of the ego get rubbed down and peace starts to build, that tranquility. Along with that, the submission to God is actualized. But there's also this important element of social justice and social welfare that contributes to both the inner and external environment, being able to allow for beauty to flourish. I'm assuming that I don't have to convince you about the power of education to transform. In Islam, as you probably heard, there is a strong emphasis on education, as the Prophet Muhammad emphasized that to seek knowledge was an obligation on every Muslim, and that to know yourself is to know God. Within ourselves even, there are complications, there are complexities and apparent contradictions. But there are also the tools to grapple with these and likewise expanding outward to learn to reconcile the differences between us and others. The Sufi peace-building paradigm encourages applying this on the larger scale and seeing differences, uniqueness as not a threat, but actually as part of the divine plan. And then this awareness leads to recognizing the self in others, relating to others as humans, and seeing them in you. It leads to, in other words, a global citizenry. A lot of my research involves Sufism in North America. I approach this as an academic, but also with personal interest and involvement in a Sufi community. I've mainly focused on the Alami Tariqa, which is a modern Sufi order that draws on classical traditions. It's a transnational Islamic order with headquarters in Waterport, New York, which is a small town up close to the border with Canada. The Sufi community in Waterport, New York was founded in 1979 by Sheikh Asif Durakovic. He was born in Bosnia and Herzegovina and came to America as a political refugee. Surprisingly, this Sufi order is not a Balkan religious order. Instead, it transcends ethnicity. It includes mostly white and Black Americans and Canadians, in addition to some families and individuals of South Asian and Pakistani, Sri Lankan descent, even Russian, lots of different ethnicities. There's also an elderly woman who is a survivor of the Holocaust. And she, like many others, came to Islam through the teachings of the Sheikh. Here's a recent picture of a gathering just last year, a Hadra. And you can see the diversity just in those pictured. Membership, interestingly, is kept relatively small, only wanting those who are specifically dedicated to working on the self and committed to service to be part of this. Here is a short biography of Sheikh Asif. And I will summarize by saying that he is a physician with a specialty in nuclear medicine. He's a retired colonel in the U.S. Army Medical Corps and author of many scientific articles and books of poetry as well. He worked with children of Chernobyl after the Chernobyl nuclear accident and won an international award in 2004 for his research on the effects of uranium, depleted uranium, on Gulf War veterans. To be clear, he would probably prefer that I didn't include this slide, talking so much about him. But I think it's important to emphasize his dedication to education and service. You'll see how that plays in to how he structures the Sufi community, also known as a tariqa. Going back to Sufism, there are, as there are in other mystical paths, established practices that facilitate spiritual progress. Here's a list of some of them, the more common ones: asceticism, remembrance of God, going on retreats, seclusion, fasting, prayers, and doing what is beautiful, ihsan. This last one, ihsan, is acting as though God is a reality for you, as though you can see God, as the Hadith says, because surely God can see you. This method is different than perhaps many of the other methods of spiritual development because it involves the larger community. It is not necessarily only an internal aspect, although internal intention is also very important in a lot of practices in Islam. Because of this external component to ihsan, it is often described, or it has been described, as practical Sufism. And this is how transforming of the community takes place. Sufi orders have a history of engaging in social justice and social welfare programs. Throughout history, they have established prayer houses, followed by organizing community kitchens, for example, schools, libraries, low-cost medical offices, houses for travelers, mosques. They're interacting and they're giving these, they're putting on programs and they're benefiting humanity as part of their spiritual practice. So in other words, it not only helps the community, but it also works on themselves as well, as we find with many service projects. Well, the Alami Tariqa has definitely been engaged with this. They established the World Life Institute in 1987. Let me just shift my view of this here. The Sufi community has engaged in a lot of programs. And here you can see the quote dedicated to improvement of fullest realization of life and all its all its aspects. And coincidentally, or maybe not, Alami means world. So World Life Institute is connected to Alami Tariqa by name as well. The pillars are education, research, service, and health services. And programs are run by volunteers, mainly those involved in the Tariqa, but not necessarily, because this is non-denominational, not connected officially to any religious aspect. It's a 501c3 organization in America, nonprofit. So let's explore some of the programs and projects that have taken place. And you'll see there's an emphasis on education. Oops, let's go back. From 1996 until 2003, World Life Institute provided education for those in kindergarten through 12th grade. They had graduating classes for each of those years listed. There have been pottery classes that are taking place as creative expression. Classes take place each year teaching English as a second language, mainly for migrant workers, Hispanic migrant workers in the area, because this small town has lots of apple fields, which draws that population. Also, civics classes for those who are wanting to become US citizens. And the school provides resources for families who do homeschooling. Here in the slide, you can see a picture of the graduating class of 2017. And in the back, you have the actual, the school, World Life Institute School in Waterport, which was built by members of the community. Here are different pictures showing the civics classes, the skills teaching classes with the computers, and we'll get into talking about the orphan work. I also have the pottery there and a picture of the Sheikh, Dr. Durakovic. Project Life is one of the main projects that World Life Institute is known for, locally and internationally. This is an international orphan program started in 1997 based on some of the members of the Sufi community traveling to Bosnia after the war, just at the end. Even during the war, they were there actually, and witnessing that about 1/3 of the students in a school there had lost a parent. They had become orphans, at least partial orphans. Coming back and asking what can be done. This program grew out of that, based on research that if you give a child 3 months of clean air, loving environment, safe environment, they can change their lives. So that's what this community has been doing for more than 20 years, bringing children of foreign wars over between the age of 9 and 12, and giving them between 3 and 5 months of education, homestay with the local families. Most are within the Sufi community, but not all. They draw from the outside. They get other churches involved. They get interested other programs, local and otherwise involved. Medical clinics have contributed. The students, the children are able to be kids. They do pottery, they do art, they play, they learn English, they're learning skills. They have just regular schoolwork as well to stimulate their natural curiosity and get them into thinking and broadening their skills. So far, more than 130 orphans have participated in this program, coming from Bosnia, the Russian Caucasus, Sri Lanka, and Afghanistan. Another aspect that this community has set up through the World Life Institute is the Lakeview Medical Office, which provided insurance-free healthcare, mainly to Gulf War veterans and the orphans. And this is in Waterport, New York as well. You can see it's a beautiful place there. They've also engaged in research based on the specialty of Sheikh Asif in nuclear medicine. So Uranium Medical Research Center was established by Sheikh Asif, Dr. Durakovic. to provide objective and scientific medical research into this area. Looking into the byproducts of nuclear products, looking at how the Earth's biosphere has changed, how it's impacted humanity. The emphasis is on research, looking at what's out there, looking at the evidence that's out there, and arming people with that. You can see collecting samples in Afghanistan, for example, around the world. More recently, World Life Institute has opened a center of excellence in a town called Medina by the locals and Medina by the Sufi community. This has been established, it's still growing. The long-term hope, the long-term goal is that it would become a college, World Life College. But for now, they're working on, we're working on providing courses and certificates. We hope to include more topics, but at this point, we're focused on global nuclear awareness. And this is educating the public, building on basically the research that was done for UMRC, Uranium Medical Research Center. And now educating the public so that there's greater awareness and understanding of the nuclear reality and the challenges inherent in it, and other aspects. We do this by putting on webinars and conferences, certificates, being invited by special interest groups and college classrooms, speaking at those. There's also a publishing house that is part of World Life Institute. Here you can see 3 books that are authored by Sheikh Asif and are published by this publishing house. We're expanding it as well to include other books, other authors. Good. Now, so by putting on these educational programs and service programs, the Alami Tariqa is putting into practice ihsan, doing what is beautiful, social justice, hoping to change the world, and also changing the self at the same time. Let's explore that a little bit more now. In preparation for this conference, I connected with other members of the Alami Tariqa and got their input on what is the purpose of World Life Institute and the educational programs. Here are 2 of their responses. The purpose of our programs is explicitly to act upon and to project what we might say as the operation of the principles of our worship. I won't read it all. But right there you can see that this person was talking about ihsan, putting worship into practice, serving humanity. And the other one I have here is talking about the preservation of life. The purpose of World Life Institute is the preservation of life through service, education, and by setting a good example. It's probably well known how service can transform the self. Here are just some things. You feel good, sense of purpose, perspective, humility. But there are also other aspects. Looking at specifically the spiritual transformation that can take place. You see yourself in the person that you're supposed to be helping. And oftentimes that person ends up helping you. It's also an opportunity to work on the less pleasant parts of yourself. As you work with other volunteers, as you realize that this program takes a lot of dedication, and it's up to you and the others to work together to get through and put on this program. So one of the members of the Tariqa spoke to this, and I have the quote here, talking about clinked heads and saying that this, having conflicting opinions or conflicting ways of doing things, which could be the ego, for example. In Sufism, it's called Maqam al-Nafs. But these are often helping the person to recognize what they don't like about themselves if they're seeing that in someone else and they're having a conflict that comes out with that. So this is an opportunity to focus on that and to start, getting rid of those rough edges around the ego. And in Sufism, it would be called fana, die before you die. So die to this dunya before physically dying, so that the reality of the divine can shine through. Okay, do I have a couple minutes? Okay, so as we go through this mystical path, it leads to getting to know the nature of humanity and the nature of God, learning about yourself, learning about others. Through nurturing the self, nurturing others, learning, you also learn about the cosmology of the inner self. These programs encourage cultural diversity, globalism, and intercultural dialogue through orphans from overseas, with local organizations, churches, and within ourselves, within our diverse community. And this interconnectedness between humanity comes through. This is pottery that was created by the Hispanic migrant workers. You connect with that. It's applying also for the Tariqa, the inward knowledge coming from the holy books, and applying that in the daily life. You have sustained volunteering. These programs have been going on for decades. And the importance of service and sacrifice, getting rid of that, at least lessening the connection of that lower ego, those nafs, and understanding the world without barriers of race, creed, and culture. This moment happened when I had the camera out, and I was so pleased to have caught it with Sheikh Asif with the orphans. And my last slide, as one of the Murid said, with each new experience, you learn a new lesson, a new teaching that evolves from that teaching and brings you closer to the Haqq, truth, God, and the wisdom of your Murshid, the Sheikh. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Professor, for this very interesting insight into Sufi life in North America. I'm sure we will have some time afterwards to discuss. And I now welcome our next speaker, Professor Hermansen. Always good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Professor Hermansen is the director of the Islamic World Studies program and professor of the theology department at Loyola University in Chicago, where she teaches courses in Islamic studies and the academic study of religion. Her presentation today is about Sufi perspectives on peace, resources for peace education. Thank you, Professor, for coming, and there you go.
Thank you so much, Rania, for the welcome and introduction. And thanks to all the participants, many of whom have been here throughout a long day. Of course, in the US, I'm in Chicago, and it's still like morning over here. So I'd like to give kind of a broad take that is geared to educators, and educators in various contexts on Sufi perspectives on peace. And I'd like to maybe make you aware both of some of the prospects and challenges of the Sufi tradition for peace education in various contexts. So what is Sufism? I think this audience has a pretty good idea. Sometimes Islamic mysticism, part of classical Islamic thought, along with theology and law. But there are many dimensions to Sufism, both, that's sort of embedded in the classical Islamic tradition, high tradition Sufism, textual, mystical teachings. And then, of course, there's popular Sufism in many cultures of the Muslim world. There are practices such as visiting the shrines of departed Sufi saints, healing. And in the West, there is, I know Julian just presented on, if you will, a global Sufi order that is grounded in Islamic Sufi principles. And along with that, we also have universalistic New Age Sufism. And an important element of Sufism that resonates with the purpose of education and with strategies for pedagogy is its role and practices of moral training and cultivation of the person. Sometimes that's known as tarbiyah. So the themes of my presentation today, first of all, I'm going to make a case for Sufism as part of peace education. I'm going to then maybe make you aware of some resources or give you some ideas about how to develop resources for peace education out of the Sufi tradition. I'm going to say something about potential for curricular integration of Sufi materials, some of the challenges, prospects, and resources. And I'm well aware, having worked with Ednan and with some of you on projects in the field of religious education, that there are very different contexts, whether you're in Western Europe, the United States, or in a traditional Muslim society. So let's make the case. I mean, here we're preaching to the choir, but generally the need for Islamic content within peace education or peace studies. Well, in the West, for example, Islam is just not that well known. As we learned from Juan's presentation, there are many elements of peaceful resources within the Islamic tradition that are just not well known. And a lot of that is because of deliberate misinformation about Islam, stereotypes or exclusive emphasis on violent elements. And in fact, Muslims themselves may not be aware of the peaceful interpretations that exist in the sacred text or that have been made throughout history by classical figures and are being made today. There are stereotypes about Sufism, both in the West and within Muslim societies. One is that Sufism is somehow non-Islamic, comes from outside of Islam. The other is, this goes back to colonial times, that Sufis were free thinkers who rejected Islamic law, and therefore that's very threatening to many Muslims. Or that Sufis are not involved in the world, that they're navel gazers, that they don't seek to transform society or, work again. And all of those are incorrect. So first, let me say something about challenges to incorporating Sufism as part of Islamic religious education. And this, of course, would be in the context of Islamic schools that are increasingly present, for example, in the United States and in some European countries. So some contemporary Muslims reject Sufism for some of the reasons that I mentioned before. So a solution to that, kind of pushback, no, we don't want Sufi material in our curriculum, is to frame it within Quranic terms, or what is acceptable or really an essential part of Islamic teachings. And so we heard in Julian's presentation about this idea of ihsan, which is one of the three important components along with Islam, Iman, and Ihsan. So the ritual practices, the doctrines of the faith, and then a kind of behavior or attitude of doing things beautifully. There's also a term for doing the inner work, tazkiyat an-nafs, the purification of the soul. It's also possible to draw on poetry and writings that may not be so controversial in terms of imparting Sufi teachings, especially Al-Ghazali, a figure who died in 1111, a classical Islamic thinker, and of course, Rumi in many Islamic contexts is also, one of ours and not marginalized as being too Sufi. Now, what about public schools? And of course, I'm thinking of my own context here in the United States. Often religion is not taught at all. So then Sufi ideas could be imparted within the curriculum as part of cultural studies or global studies. In the case of Europe, many of the European countries have alternatives to explicitly Islamic religious education by having classes in global ethics or global religions. So Sufi materials could easily be part of that. Now, in Islamic religious education, often when something about Sufism is presented, it's simply history, right? Or rather than making use of core teachings about moral edification or things that could overlap or reinforce peace studies. Now, within the Muslim world, so I know we have some participants here from Turkey, and potentially any other Arab societies, Iran, whatever. Some of the challenges to incorporating Sufi materials might be, take the case of Saudi Arabia, that something explicitly Sufi might not be acceptable. Otherwise, again, there's a problem, a challenge, that if Sufism is mentioned, it's either simply presented as something historical or even as sectarianism. So listing the different Sufi orders, for example, in the Turkish curriculum, rather than really going into the teachings of Sufism. There's also another challenge that Sufism may be selected, pointed out as being the good, peaceful aspect of Islam. So you get that, for example, in the United States post 9/11, some of you may have heard of the famous RAND report, so sort of right-wing think tanks saying in terms of American foreign policy that Sufis should be supported and patronized because they are the peaceful, moderate interpretation of Islam. So of course that tends to make Sufis even more marginalized or perhaps co-opted as part of that. But even in traditional Muslim minority countries, Morocco, Pakistan, one has this promotion of Sufism. If we found a Sufi council or have some conferences, that would be the peaceful face of Islam. So I have some examples here from other presentations I've done. So sort of this idea of, this is the leader of a Sufi movement in the United States, Naqshbandi Haqqani, and with different political leaders right around that time, like post 9/11. Some of you may be familiar with the Pakistani figure, Tahir al-Qadri, and his sort of shift from Sufism to de-radicalization occurring. And then the previous leader of Pakistan, Parvez Musharraf, who had established right around that time Sufi councils, and this idea that promoting Sufism works against extremism, right? So this, again, a Pakistani conference, we want to promote Sufi music and teachings because this will counter. And then the World Sufi Forum that was actually sponsored by Narendra Modi. So this, again, Sufism, on the one hand, is positive, but yet being instrumentalized for political views. So that's a challenge. Like, how is Sufism being integrated in broader cultural movements, and then in education, and then explicitly in peace education? So now I'm shifting to the theme of Sufi-inspired resources for peace education. And we've heard in some of the previous presentations about doing the inward work. So in Sufism, there is a strong tradition of psychology, reflecting on one's behavior, taking stock, becoming more and more self-aware. And I'd like to make some of our participants aware of the materials that already exist for educators. And here I'm speaking of educators even at the primary and secondary level, and I'm going to be illustrating some of them. And of course, the Sufi storytelling tradition is very amenable to that kind of education, not only being imparted passively, telling people these, shall we say, moral and edifying stories, but getting them to create and tell their own stories. And then this sort of humanistic aspect of Sufism, so communicating some of the beauty of Islamic teachings and the Muslim heritage through art, poetry, and music. So in Sufi psychology, and we've had some mentioning of this in the previous presentations, this idea of different levels of the person or different levels of the soul, moving from the lower, more egotistical, commanding or blaming elements of the soul to eventually becoming contented, peaceful, which we learned from Juan's presentation was, you know, essentially a Quranic goal socially, but can begin within. So that ideal level of peace, salam, which is an essential Islamic value, if it's achieved, you know, this idea of inner peace and then positive peace, sulah or islah, that we heard about. Sufi teachings about the inner jihad, which of course is a basic Islamic teaching, right? That the saying of the Prophet Muhammad, that the real struggle is the struggle with the soul. I want to make a pivot here from that theory and the more classical tradition. So don't worry, I know this is a very complicated looking slide, but I want to illustrate for you the sort of movement from classical tradition and perhaps complex teachings about the self and inner transformation. So this is the 3 levels of the soul from an 18th century Muslim figure, Shah Waliullah, but I want to show you how that's translated into materials that could be used by primary and secondary educators. So there's actually a project of making the works of Al-Ghazali. I had mentioned Al-Ghazali previously as, if you will, a mainstream Muslim thinker who was heavily imbued with a Sufi perspective and wrote multiple volumes. So his work, The Revival of the Religious Sciences, its concepts and teachings are being presented or formulated for educating younger people. And I think some of them are not just younger Muslims, but potentially youth in general. So I think some of you who are educators or who are involved in studying that level of education could see the potential here. So it's that sort of complicated teachings of psychology or the self. And here you see the lower self, the real self, that blaming self, and the child is encouraged to self-reflect on their own. So not simply passive education about Sufism, but a kind of more general, psychologically informed a way of generating self-awareness. So here you can see Al-Ghazali kind of friendly, child-friendly teachings. So this idea of polishing your heart, perfecting cultivating the self. So these are some of the children's activities, and if you like, I can share later how to access some of these resources. So transferring these classical Sufi/Islamic teachings into pedagogical materials for education. And this is the whole series just to show how extensive it is. So this is the classical text, and then the classical text translated for the use of children. So some of this clearly is particularly relevant to Islamic schools or Islamic religious education, but more broadly, some of these materials could be used as part of cultural studies or global ethics. So these are just some of the versions of Rumi's teachings that have been prepared for the younger readers. And this is actually a website of a museum in Australia that has activities for children where, for example, they compose poetry along the lines of Rumi's poetry. So that way of using humanistic or cultural education. So here's yet another example of Rumi stories for young adults. And so all of this material already exists in English that could be adapted, and similar materials do exist in other languages in Muslim majority countries, or in some cases. So you have this issue, okay, you're telling entertaining Rumi stories. Is there also, shall we say, a moral or religious education implication to some of these stories? So in terms of selectivity, that would have to be considered. Now, this example of a YouTube video, this is actually an anti-bullying teaching, just a couple of minutes that was prepared, taking examples from the life of Prophet Muhammad and putting them into moral or spiritual teachings that would be very accessible to children. One might ask, well, how is this Sufi? Because the particular story of Prophet Muhammad being kind to people who were bullying and abusing him, and then the child learns to befriend. So it's actually very resonant with some of the Quranic passages that Juan was presenting to us. And so, yes, this is Islamic, and the Sufi element is that these stories about the life of the Prophet that illustrate peace and moral edification have been told repeatedly in Muslim society. So yes, that, I mean, I think it's a positive point that the line between Sufism or Islamic mysticism and spirituality and whatever else is Islamic is not an absolute firm line, right? It's all can be incorporated into Islamic education. So as I move towards the conclusion of my presentation, I want to flag that Sufism, had very much Islamic mystical teachings, and these moral pedagogies had very much permeated classical Islamic societies. And it's really only in modernity in the 20th century and beyond that you have increasingly, shall we say, a marginalism and a critique of Sufism, a rejection of Sufism, and an excessive, what one might call an excessive privileging of what is Islamic, well, we know what that is. It's the law, it's the Sharia. So is Islamic religious education in whatever context, including education about Islam for non-Muslims, is it too much focused on law as being the normative standard? And so you have a number of works, that's why I've illustrated this one. So let's say at the academic level, the discussion of professors, there's a call for sort of, well, let's, a lot of what is Islamic is poetry, art, teachings about love and moral edification, teachings that were influenced by Persianate traditions that permeated the cultures of India, Turkey, and even so far as Southeast Asia, that we have to recover some of that and make it part of Islamic education at all levels. Because after all, humanism and the humanities are part of our shared experience. And therefore, these provide access at all levels of education for understanding the other and promoting peace. And even in later Sufism, so I have a poem from Muhammad Iqbal, who died in 1938. So this is illustrating, shall we say, more recent. So these teachings about the self and self-cultivation, they're also in dialogue with modernity and activism. So this particular poem, which is, of course, very, very popular in the Urdu language, the gist of which is develop yourself. So this concept of khudi, yourself, along with the naf or the nafs or the negative self, there's a kind of positive self, kind of paralleling, negative piece and positive piece. So there's a positive self that the individual can develop to such an extent that their spirituality can be responded to by the divine. So let's say not only the fana or negating the self being annihilated, but internalizing that spirituality so that one can be active and make a positive contribution in the world. So to conclude, some of the potentials of Sufi materials for peace education are that they provide accessible entry points for topic would engage the students in self-reflection, in how they do moral decision-making. Also, Sufism should be framed as something that is Islamic. I mean, it doesn't even need to be called Sufism. It can be part of Islamic religious education. So rather than teaching, oh, there's this branch of Islam that are Sufis that are really different. No, this is really central to Islam. And even beyond Islamic religious education, it makes, these materials are appealing, let's say, as part of global ethics. So they can be used both in Islamic religious education and in more public school context or more general context, curricular elements, for example, in global ethics. So thank you very much for your attention. That's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thanks for this very interesting presentation. And I'm looking forward to your questions. We already have only one question, and I noted one. So now we'll carry on with our next speaker. I have to watch the time a little bit. Our next speaker is Professor Garrett Thompson. Thank you for being with us today. Professor Garrett Thompson is the Chief Executive Officer of the Guérin Hermès Foundation for Peace. He teaches philosophy at the College of Worcester, where he holds the Compton Chair. He will be speaking on the topic of spirituality and positive peace. And the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm very grateful to the University of Vienna for inviting me to give a paper talk. I apologize if what I say is not entirely clear, or maybe it's a bit too dense and compact. Anyway, yeah, it's a theoretical talk, but the talk is grounded on two kinds of experiences that we've had in the Guérin Hermès Foundation. So the first one is this. We were working with the United Nations Alliance of Civilization and with various other people in relationship to the nature of religious education. This has been a kind of important topic for our foundation because we've also been working with a potential museum of religions in Birmingham in the UK. So in a sense, the way that we've been thinking about religious education, or the questions that we've been posing ourselves, have been framed by a dilemma, which is, as well, this. On the one side, as well, how can we have within a secular society, or an increasingly secular society, religious education that's not just based upon one faith or one tradition? But on the other hand, how can we avoid falling into the other extreme of just treating religious traditions from an external sociological point of view, where one's just simply conveying facts about religion? which of course is interesting, but as well, how can we help young people? How can an educational curriculum be in religion be designed in such a way that it helps young people to, as well, connect to what's really important about the different religious traditions? And so actually we kind of framed that as how can one develop as well a framework for understanding spirituality, which as well would fit for many different religions, so that as well this could be a way of trying to help students experience as well what religion's really about for themselves. Okay, so that was the first set of conversations that is important for this paper. Then the second kind of experience was important for this, for what I'm going to be talking about, is the in the GHFP we have been working with post-conflict dialogue. So on many occasions that post-conflict dialogue has led us to be in places where we've constructed dialogical processes for people who were formerly enemies, or who were formerly as well on different sides of conflict. And the experience that we've had, fortunately, I think, has been really powerful, because we've seen that when the space is set up well, people really change. When somebody opens their heart and talks about the suffering that they've endured, or talks about the effects of a conflict upon them, that touches everybody. And soon the atmosphere, the culture, the ambiance in the room is really intimate and deep, and people are in a different space. They're in just a different space. So the idea was that as what's part of what's happening when we have that kind of deep post-conflict dialogical conversation is that when people touch each other, it changes the way they perceive themselves. And so that's kind of what I want to kind of explore, that aspect of peacefulness in its relationship to the thing that I mentioned at the beginning, which is as well a framework for understanding for understanding spirituality within different religious traditions. So the paper consists really in building a bridge which goes from the one to the other. And the idea of the bridge is very simple, really. It's kind of like one aspect of spirituality that's relevant to peace education is that as well, the spiritual changes how one identifies oneself, and that dialogues can shift that so that as well, the identification is something which as well is more peaceful. So that's where I'm going really with it all. So I've divided the paper into 4 bits. So the first bit is a conversation about the nature of peace. So I think it's important to recognize that when we understand peace, we shouldn't be really just understanding it as a feeling, and nor as a lack of conflict. Conflict's going to always exist. So peace really, I think, should be understood as a state. And whether that's an individual state, an inner state, or a social state, or a community state, it's a state which generates, as it were, a set of peaceful feelings, but it's also a state that generates, it's a state in such that the violent implications of conflict are muted. So in other words, the conflicts will still exist, but they don't have violent implications anymore. So I wanted to characterize positive peacefulness first. Now, secondly, the second section then is to do with self-identification. So, I mean, I think particularly in current society, the word identity is used in so many different ways. It's kind of a little bit confusing and difficult, and I'm trying to carve out a special use of the term. So the first thing is that probably the word identity as a noun is too substance-like, it's too rigid. I think probably, you know, when we talk about identity of something in a strict sense, really we're just talking about the conditions for which that thing, under which that thing still exists. So if I lose my identity, that's equivalent to dying. So when we want to talk about identity within a spiritual sense, we don't want to talk about that. We want to talk about how people identify and use the noun, use the verb rather than the noun. So that was the first point about identity, the word identity. The second thing that I wanted to say about identity to help us on this preliminary comment was, of course, in society, we talk about social identity, which is very much to do with the way other people identify one, how other people perceive one, how people identify one. And so usually the reflection of that for the individual is like how I want to be identified, how would I like to be identified? And I'd like to make it clear that I'm not going to be using the word in that sense. So the sense of the word that I'm sort of trying to explicate or get into, I think comes quite close to the Stoic word, oikoisis, which basically means that something's intimately mine. So the opposite of that word would be something like a feeling of separation. This is not me, this is not mine. And I think I'm going to talk about different facets of what that self-identification is. So first of all, it's clear that we identify ourselves in different ways, in different contexts. So it's something that changes. It's not a permanent thing. Secondly, we need to recognize that we self-identify in not just in macro ways, like as a British person or as a male or so on and so forth, but rather we can identify ourselves in micro ways. That is, when I'm really absorbed by a task, I can identify with that goal, identify myself with that goal. Or if I'm facing a particularly strong anger, then I might be identifying myself with that anger. So the second point was that we have micro level self-identifications. And I think the third point would be that this process of self-identification isn't something that's necessarily conscious. It's not something that's deliberate and about which one is self-conscious. In other words, one needs to be able to reflect deeply to understand, that's how I was identifying myself in this context. That's why things went the way they did. So that last point leads us to the idea that, fourthly, we can learn to change the way we self-identify in different situations. That's something that we can shift. Obviously, it's not something one can just tell oneself to do. It's something which is a bit more like planting plants, whereas one nourishes a certain form of self-identification, and then that produces the fruit. Okay, so those were some preliminary points about self-identification. The main idea about self-identification that I want to present to you is that self-identification can be derivative or more basic. So a derivative self-identification would be something like this. If I identify myself as a person or as a human because I identify myself as a European and I realize that all Europeans are humans, then I'm identifying myself indirectly as a person or a human. So then my self-identification is derivative. It's not basic. So it's really the idea that we want to talk about when we try to define a spiritual state, I think, should be in terms of non-derivative or basic self-identifications. All right, so that was the second part of the talk. The second part of the talk was the nature of self-identification. So the third part now is going to be about what it is for self-identification to be spiritual. So the question I think that we need to ask is, self-identification is like an act that one performs. So we need to ask as well, what's really the nature of the self that's doing the identifying? And so I'm going to basically argue that in order for a self-identification to be spiritual, it had these identification has to be aligned with the nature of the self that's doing the identification. And of course, different religious traditions will answer that question, what is the nature of the self that's doing the identifying, in quite different ways. But that's okay, because as we'll see, they have perhaps some things in common which pertain to the nature of peacefulness. So I'm taking that a self-identification would be spiritual in the sense that what I think spirituality means in this context, again, this is a vague definition, but I think it has to be open-textured, is an appropriate connection to the divine or the transcendent or the sacred. And the appropriate connection then has to be something that has ethical implications for the person. So we can already, the question is then, what is a spiritual self-identification? We've got general framework for that, but that depends upon the nature of the self that's doing the identifying. So I'm going to give three answers which I think are kind of similar, but they're not quite the same, and they're secular answers. So they're humanist answers. So the three answers are, well, being an I. The second one would be being a person. The third one would be being a human being. But clearly we can see that, that those three answers already contain some profundity and also some direct relevance for peacefulness. Now, if we go into deeper answers, which are non-secular, then that's going to vary between different religious traditions. So, so it's going to be, as well, a transformation of the self will be a transformation of self-identification, in the sense, this kind of thing. I thought of myself as a member of this community. I thought of myself as a person who works in this profession. But now, after this experience, this transformative experience, I see myself as a soul, or as part of God's creation, or as emptiness, or as an expression of the spirit, the universal life force or something. So each tradition will answer it differently, and each one will have its own metaphysics and scriptural basis, traditional basis, but the idea will have to be something similar, which is that kind of spiritual progress will be a part of realizing oneself, becoming closer to what the real nature of the self is. Okay. All right, so we've talked about what a spiritual, we've talked about what peace is, what self-identification is, and now what spiritual self-identification is. So now I want to, as well, show why I think this is really important for understanding peace education and the nature of peace, the nature of positive peace in particular. Well, there's three kind of ideas here. The first one is this. Clearly, the way in which one non-derivatively self-identifies is going to define what one sees as other. So if I identify myself as non-derivatively as a person, then I'm going to see all persons included in my basic we or us. So in other words, my us-them divide will not be created, will include all persons on the us side. If I see myself as a human, then that means that the non-humans will be on the other, on the them side. So spiritual self-identifications are inclusive, and by being inclusive, they embrace more, a wider we, a wider us. They're more peaceful, they're inherently peaceful. Secondly, insofar as I identify myself non-derivatively as a person, then I'm not self-identifying myself with the contingent source of inner psychological conflicts. In other words, if I'm identifying myself as a person, I'm not identifying myself with these desires, and therefore, as well, those desires are separate from me. Even if they're part of my character, they're separate from what I actually am. And so that's removing the potential violent, psychologically violent aspect of those conflicts. So that's peaceful. The third way in which I think self-identification as a spiritual process or act is important for peace is that when one identifies oneself non-derivatively as a person, then in a sense one's self-identifying with something that has basic value. What I mean by that is we live in a world where there are material things, social institutions, material things such as nappies and cribs and bottles for babies and cups and everything. But those things have only value in relationship to human desires or the desires of other conscious beings. So they're only valuable in relationship to our desires. But our desires and goals are only valuable insofar as they're actually part of ourselves. So in that sense, as well, what has ultimate non-derivative value is being a person, being a being for whom things can have value. So that means that as were the process of connecting to oneself as the nature of oneself as a person is one which is one of rediscovering the well springs of value. Okay, so that's more or less the talk, just to conclude. So what I've tried to do is to link the nature of religious education to the nature of post-conflict dialogues. And I think really the thing that's kind of important there, the bridge, is the nature of spirituality. And I've tried to define that in terms of self-identification, some kind of self-identification. And I want to come back to where I started, which is the idea that as well, that kind of self-identification most easily shifts in dialogical processes which are of the heart and open with other people who normally one would see as other. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this indeed very challenging presentation. And I'm looking forward for a discussion later on. And I now have the special, thank you, the pleasure of welcoming our fourth speech by Professor Farid Mirbagari. Welcome and thank you for joining us today. Professor Mirbagari is Professor of International Relations and holds the Dialogue Chair in Middle Eastern Studies at the University of Nicosia. And he will be talking now about mysticism and a paradigm shift in peace studies. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. Let me ask you, is it 20 minutes we are supposed to speak? or is it?
It's 20 minutes, but we lost some time, so, but it's still 20 minutes.
Because yeah, I was wondering. Okay, let me share the screen with you. How do I think desktop, right?
There is a button in the middle that is green. You just have to push the button.
There is no green button. I did press the green, and now it says files.
Ist jemand von den Studienassistentinnen dabei, die das vielleicht aktivieren können?
Ich bin da, aber ich kann das selber nicht machen. Das müsste der Herr machen.
Okay.
Weil ich, Moment, er ist, glaube ich, Ihr Co-Host. Yeah. You are the co-host. You can do it yourself. It's below the screen sharing. It's a green button in the middle.
Yeah, I did that. Hold on. Do you see my screen now or not?
No.
Gosh, I don't know really what is. I'm pushing the green. Then this gives me Box, Google Drive, Microsoft OneDrive, Dropbox.
Do you have the PowerPoint open on your computer?
Yeah, I do.
It should be an option to there. Then go on, stop the screen share and do it again. Maybe it will come up.
Let me just, okay, let me go. It's not here. Share, no. Allow Zoom to share your screen. Yes, it says open system preferences. Okay, I open system. Do you see anything? No.
No.
Zoom. Record the content. Okay, later. I really don't know. If not the case, I will just do it without the PowerPoint.
Do you see your presentation on your screen?
Yes, I do. I do.
Okay, click down. Push.
How do you mean? It's there. I'm on. I can see it right in front of me.
Okay. You can give your screen now free. Click share your presentation.
If you click on screen sharing, there is another box opening. You have to click on the desktop. Again, it's at my computer, the one on the left side. There are a few boxes, but you have, yeah, now it's working.
Is it working?
Yeah, there you go. It's working now.
You have, okay, great. Thank you for the conference and invitation. I shall try to be brief. And as I come from a discipline of international relations, mine has a more kind of orientation towards political philosophy and how I believe a mystic approach to question of war and peace can be beneficial to human community. To begin with, yeah, conventional paradigms in international relations, they do not adequately address concerns and needs of the contemporary era, in the sense that they are all systemic approaches, and even so, quite ineffective. The state, as the cornerstone of international relations, cannot deal with environmental degradation, the question of terrorism. It needs to come together and have a collectivity of states. But again, states does not want to give up power because it's the ultimate, as realists would have us believe, actor in international life. There's an overemphasis on the structures whilst the individual is left to her own devices. We do not see world politics in terms of individuals. We see it in terms of structures, whether a democratic country, dictatorial country, or in terms of people of a country. But the individual as the agent, the most fundamental agent of change, is overlooked. Islamic mysticism, but I've also found that to be the case, particularly in Christianity, Orthodox mysticism, and even before that, some Catholic mysticism. However, without claiming any social or political doctrine, concentrates on the individual. Molavi, otherwise known as Rumi, the 13th century poet, mystic, is particularly noted in my presentation in this regard. What I'm saying is that, in short, alongside the systems, we must have citizens willing to abide by the rules of the system. Classical theories do not adequately address this. The liberal peace project says if you have a liberal structure, you can have peace everywhere. Or the neo-realism in international relations believes that the international system and international structure is ultimately responsible for determining the outcome of political developments at global level. So it's all systemic approaches that exist. Systemic approaches are now, like realism, liberalism, Marxism, and others, they describe and prescribe by means of structural analysis. They have a unit analysis, of course. Realism says anything that happens in the world must be done through the states, by the states, and without the states, nothing can happen really. Liberalism uses people as a unit of analysis. That is people that we should take into account is the wishes of the people, particularly in democracies, that eventually comes out. And if we allowed people to determine their future, we would not have war, we would only have peace. Marxism uses class as a unit of analysis, that the conflict of classes, the proletariat, capitalist, this civilizational discourse that Huntington propounded uses civilizations as a unit of analysis. But all these units of analysis, they overlook at the most fundamental level the role of the individual. Whereas we now know that whatever system comes about, individual has the ability to circumvent the dictates of the system or requirements of the system. We saw how in 2008, or we've seen many times before that, individuals were cheated the system and enriched themselves, and then economy came to a crisis. Of course, you may say this is the boom and bust that is inherent in capitalism, but without wanting to say too much about that, because it's not directly related to what I say, we say that the individually or individualism that is inherent in liberalism, that is tied to capitalism, teaches and asks the individual to do whatever he or she can for his her own benefit. The killer instinct or the shark or such terms that we hear in, particularly in financial journals and analysis. So this individualistic look at the individual by liberalism, tied with capitalism, reinforces this cycle of boom and bust, because every individual thinks of the individual benefit, even at a cost to the collective benefit. And no system is foolproof, as we know, we have seen, whether in terms of political structure or economic structure. Still crises can come about, still war takes place. A lot of the liberal countries that have liberal structures at home and practice liberal policies domestically have a very realist and non-liberal foreign policy. So in a way, the liberal structure as home does not necessarily produce a liberal foreign policy, because again, individuals who make foreign policy, who are pro liberal policy at home, support a realist foreign policy that is for the benefit of their own country, even at a cost to other countries. So all this is to say that systemic approach has got loopholes, huge holes, and has proven inadequate per se to address and resolve human issues in our era. We need something else, at least, if structure is a necessary condition for advancement and prosperity in human life, human community. It is not sufficient. It may be necessary, but it is not sufficient. State-centric systems, they believe that rationality is the most prominent feature, that your states are rational. And here I have to speed up because this can take a while, because reason and rationality are used interchangeably together in IR literature, international relations literature, and they are not the same. And this is sad that rationality is christened in the name of reason. States are rational actors, but that does not mean they are reasonable actors. Now there is a question of Thomas Hobbes, the soul of law, and his political philosophy that basically says rationality is to satisfy our desires and avoid our fears and aversions. So rationality is not authentic. The only authentic thing we have is our desires and fears. So we use rationality to fulfill desires and avoid what we don't like. So rationality is a tool in our hands, is not authentic in itself. And this is very different from what we may call reason. Here I bring a quote from Rumi: "Wondrous and wondering is love, nay rationale, goes only after self-interest, a so banal." Rationality is that which seeks profit. And if it does not give some sort of benefit, then it is deemed to be irrational. The antithesis to rationality can be love, because somebody who acts out of love does not act for any self-benefit or self-enhancement. It's just for the question of love or the benefit of the beloved. And by using these two in contradistinction to one another, we can see how being rational can be quite devastating to the discourse of human life and humanity. Hekmat, which is the word I've used, taken from Rumi for wisdom, holistic wisdom and reason, allows, however, for the inclusion of love. And unlike rationality, that just as the states are rational actors, they operate only out of self-interest, national interest, and not out of liking other countries. Now, that is rationality. But if you have reason, as is propounded, as is stated by Rumi in the essence of creation, the Hekmat, reason of God in destiny and in decree, made us lovers of one another, joined and free. Because of that foreordainment, all particles of the world are paired as mates in love in one fold. So reason and love can go together in this discourse. But in the realist, in the systemic approach that we have in realism, rationality, of course, is supreme, and that does not go with love. Here I'm asking for a paradigmatic shift, how we look at things. We shouldn't try to find different answers for the questions that we've had we've got to change the question itself. We've got to ask different questions. Niebuhr was a Christian, a committed Christian who believed that the original sin was responsible, and then we made ourselves tainted, and we succumbed to temptation. Here I am just again another Sufi Hafiz, 700 years ago. He says, beware that if you heed the temptation of the self prime, as Adam, you will be out of paradise in no time. In the sense that if you succumb to your temptation and desires, as Hobbes have us believe, then we'll come out of that heavenly condition of life that we were meant to live in, and we will be condemned to continue our life in this state of conflict that exists. In fact, there is a verse in the Quran that says to Adam and Eve after being expelled, that you go on earth where conflict shall reign between you for a while. Now, Hobbesian individual, a Hobbesian individual not in control, but controlled by greed, as stated by Plato, and devoid of love and selflessness. This is the individual that Thomas Hobbes, the English philosopher, portrays for us. This individual wants to fulfill desire, is afraid of, worst of all, painful, torturous death, but other fears, is completely selfish, has no love, and that's very rational. And if that particular individual that Thomas believed is the quintessential human being, Homo sapiens sapien, if that individual is given the power to orchestrate, to build up a world, it will create something we now call the sovereign state, which is very egotistic, which is only interested in its own national interests. And that, naturally, that state, which is very selfish and has been created by the selfish man, then that will in turn bring about and establish an international system that will reinforce and reify and support the selfishness of the state and the individual. As the Sufis believe, I think there's a poem in Persian, wheat grows from wheat, barley from barley. You cannot plant wheat and then expect to have barley, and vice versa. Rumi says, if reason joins forces with reason seeking delight, reason, not rationality here, not the desire that Thomas Hobbes says, this is reason, this is more like Plato. If reason joins forces with reason seeking delight, light shall prevail and the path will be bright. Should desire couple with desire and trade, Hobbesian, darkness will descend and the path shall fade. A mystic approach is an all in-out, bottoms-up approach that does not seek peace externally. Peace starts within you. UNESCO Charter says that peace starts in the minds of men, and therefore it is in the minds of men that the construction of peace must begin. So how can you have peace within yourself? And Rumi says, contemplate the same grievous war in thyself. Why then art thou engaged in warring with others? You have jealousy, you have hatred, you have enmity, you have greed, you have frustration. You have all these negative forces within you, we do. And yet we want to go and establish peace outside. But wheat grows from wheat, barley from barley. If you're full of conflict and hatred and dishonesty, you are naturally going to radiate the same, establish the same outside. Selfish individual builds a selfish states, as I said before, and selfish states build a selfish international structure. A question of justice and order very quickly, that in the order, a mystic order, when we want peace, we do not put order above justice as it is done by the so-called English school or international society school or some of the realists, because, or even liberals, because they say we cannot achieve justice in chaos. So it's bad order is better than disorder or no order. That's a fallacy, because if you have an unjust order, the only way you can achieve justice is to dismantle the wrong and bad order and in place reconstruct a proper and just order. So the question of the priority of order over justice is fallacious here. The art of separating the unjust from the just, he or she will acquire, who beheads the inner tyrannical desire. You see, again, desire. If you go for desire and just say your selfish rationality is for my fulfilling desires, avoiding fear, there is no love, there is no selflessness, that desire will disable you from distinguishing just from unjust. You will be able to determine what is just and what is unjust. That is when you can control and you can behead your internal foe, the desire to take more and more and give less and less. This is, I think, the last slide. An out and top-down approach to IR, which is externally we send troops, we increase, I don't know, security, surveillance. This top-down approach, structured dominating agent, here we have to, again, we are disempowering the individual. Everything in our international life is organized by states, some of which may be democratic internally, but not a democratic international. I mean, easily go to the United Nations, see the Security Council, and see how 5 permanent members, for instance, have a right permanent seats and have the right of vetoing everything. We don't have a democratic international life. I mean, that's a given. We have disempowered the individual, and we have put a system that supports the selfish state, is the ethos of our political life. And that statehood is based on and reinforces selfishness at the lowest but most fundamental level, the level of the individual. Therefore, in parallel to systems, we must also focus on the individual and promote a degree of self-sacrifice for the collective good and not encourage extreme individualism that disregards other members of the society. Again, that poem, I say, contemplate the same grievous war in thyself. Why then art thou engaged in warring with others? Power is by nature liberating. The more powerful we are, the more free we are. The love of power, however, should be replaced with the power of love. Hafez, again, the mystic poet. I say it openly and do so with happy laughter, that I am the slave of love and thus free of here and hereafter. Rumi has, if I remember, I thought I had included it, it seems I haven't, a poem that people's wars, their war and peace is just out of caprice and out of a whim. It's all wooden and completely lacking substance. So it's all what we make up in our mind and the conception and the constructions that we have that reinforced by all these negative forces that lead us towards war. I stop there and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor. I invite now all our speakers to open their cameras, so in order we can start our discussion. Welcome back. And you may now write your questions below. We have one already from Professor Adwan. Allow me to read it out. He writes, our Sufis works also with privileged people, rich, educated, etc. So they also need to find a good path for peace, would eventually meet the unprivileged ones. I guess this goes to Professor Hermansen and Professor Hazen.
No, it was for Julianne, that question.
Right.
Let's see. So
it's in the chat box.
Yes. Let's see. Do they also work with privileged people? So they also need to find a good path for peace. So the Alami Tariqa doesn't necessarily seek out people who are very wealthy. But I have noticed that some wealthy people are drawn to the Tariqa because, as I've interacted with them over the years, they feel that this emptiness prevails in society. Potentially they could buy the most expensive cars, and they could go and travel and participate in all of these adventures, but there still is something missing. That inner peace is not there. And so I have seen that in a handful of people who have been attracted to the Alami Tariqa, for example. And yeah, because this emptiness, it can be in anybody. It doesn't matter social or the monetary means that they have, the privilege in society. It's what's within yourself. Does that answer the question?
Thank you. Does it? There's another question. Thank you, Professor. There is one question to Professor Mirbagari. It says, Rumi's approach about the negative forces and the war which is inside our nature reminded me the similar teaching of Apostles Paul in the New Testament. Is it possible at the end, according to Rumi, to achieve peace in our unjust world? Interesting question.
I think each of us has the answer to that question within us. We construct our world and our social political world. And if we can achieve peace within us, then we can have it. Gandhi has a statement, Mahatma Gandhi, I think, which is very profound, saying that if the amount of evil and ugliness in the world was greater than the amount of goodness in this world, then the world would have ceased to exist. It would have been destroyed by now. The very fact that it exists, it means the amount of good is greater than the amount of evil. So it is possible to move in that direction. Well, we don't want to put percentage on it, but we have to be very much aware and conscious of being ourselves, not losing the sight of ourselves. And, you know, we are human beings. We can be Mother Teresa, we can be Adolf Hitler. It's the same species, is Homo sapiens sapien. We can go to extremes either way. So can we be? Yes, it can. Obviously, we have the potential to be. But as I say, it starts from within each and every one of us.
Thank you very much. Is there another question?
Yeah, I have a question for Farid. Can I ask it out loud?
Yes, please, Professor, please.
Yeah, I hope you don't mind, and I hope it's not off topic, but as you were speaking about Hobbes and sort of contrasting it to the mystical perspective, I was thinking of Rawls and the idea of a kind of Rawlsian shared rationality. So sort of the idea of a liberal solution to interpretive difference or even political differences, trying to find a rational common ground, you know, that the parties could agree to. And I'm wondering, I mean, maybe you could expound on that, but I'm wondering if you would also say, hey, Rawls is, you know, that's just not enough. And there needs to be, you know, so please you answer it, but I'm wondering what you would do with Rawls's.
Thank you very much. You know how long I spent when I was writing on this how long I spent talking, interviewing philosophers to give me a difference and source between rationality and reason. Impossible. I even went to Kant in German. He uses a terminology. I went to German philosophers and asked them, listen, in translation, reason and rationality are interchangeably used. What about German? And they couldn't give me a difference. No, Rawls has the same thing. We have rationality by definition, rational choice theory, which Rawls also talks about. Rational choice theory, we decide what is best for us, for individual, but is not, we cannot call it reasonable choice theory, because sometimes it may be that if I share some of my resources with others, which may appear irrational for the immediate term, for the medium term, but is reasonable because it saves them, it helps them, in the long term will be rational as well, because if in the long term my neighbors are safe and secure, I will be safer and more secure. So even though in the short and medium term, rationality may stand opposed to reasonableness, in the long term, they converge. And all the problem is here that we cannot see it because we see the whole life as one big competition in biology with the narrative or discourse of evolution. That is a conflict of the species. And I'm glad now there are some biologists who are thinking different and who are writing different. I know nothing about biology, but I'm very much interested in reading what they write. That no, there is in human life, in humanity, there is cooperation, reasonable cooperation that can overwhelm short-term rationality. The problem, specifically going back to your question, Rawls, is not distinguishing between these two, rationality and reason, which is a shame in English literature, because Rawls is a powerful philosopher. I mean, it's a shame that he hasn't done this. Sorry, I talked too much.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on the question, Marcia's question. So, I mean, the shame of it is that Rawls's work that you're probably referring to, which is his theory of justice, only applies, he thinks of it only as applying within a society, and he doesn't think of it as we're characterizing international relations. So he has actually a different book, which is about international relations. And his picture of international relations doesn't fit into his first book called The Theory of Justice. It doesn't fit into that idea of, as we're a community coming together. So his picture in his later book on international relations is much more Hobbesian. It's not Hobbesian entirely, but it's much more like Hobbes. So I don't think there's much help there from Rawls in trying to understand how international relations can be improved. And I mean, I think just to comment on the earlier talk, I mean, clearly the UN Charter is based upon a Hobbesian picture. It's a kind of slightly enlightened Hobbesian picture of nation states as individuals who are, as were, constrained in their aggressive and self-interested acts. So there's no sense of positive peace within the UN Charter, is the point I'm making.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Would you like to comment on that? Or shall we go on? Professor Mirbami? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I agree. I mean, UN Charter is really needs to be looked at again. It starts with a lie. It says, we peoples of the world. People have no power in the UN. It's the states. You must say, we states of the world. It is a complete fallacy. I mean, it begins with. And it runs out. I mean, the whole of UN Charter, you have a few times mentioned the word justice. Few times. I counted it once. I've now forgotten how many times exactly. it's mainly international peace and security. About who defines peace, who defines security. Yes, there is positive peace, but again, Galtung, someone mentioned Galtung before. I mean, the structural violence that we have, I mean, it's all violation of peace. Can have many, and they are taking place all the time, every day in our international life, but nobody talks about it as a breach of peace. Yeah, I agree very much. I mean, UN Charter was written by diplomats who wanted to put something together fast and furious. I mean, then to when the Second World War came to an end. I very much agree with our colleague that yeah, it's got problems. Yeah.
So, I mean, I would like to make a comment about this. So, I mean, I don't think that a systemic, or I should say structural analysis of international relations needs to be realist. I mean, I think part of the problem that we have is that international relations and political theory, and generally the social sciences, try to avoid normative questions. They try to avoid questions about what's good in human life. Like, what is positive peace and why is it good? How can we achieve it? So what I'm saying is, I don't think that, as it were, I think the paradigm shift is moving towards, as it were, analysis of social institutions that's normative. And in that sense, I mean, in that sense, I'm a little bit appreciative of Rawls, even though I don't think he's giving good answers, but I think that at least Rawls is trying to address systemic questions in a normative way, in other words, towards the good. So,
may I come back to that? Yeah. Yes, I agree. I mean, the whole liberal project that Kant put forward and perpetual peace that we can have with republics and republican, that's structural analysis embedded in normative beliefs. That's very true. But yet again, it has failed because a lot of these liberal countries that are viewed and categorized as liberal, they're the biggest arms exporters and arms sellers in the world. And a lot of them fought one another via proxy in the 19th century. So I think you're right. I think that we need a system. Absolutely. We need a system. And I agree with you, it has to be normative. That shift must take place. But at the same time, we cannot leave individual to her own devices. We can't tell the individual, just abide by the law, but the rest is up to you, whether you want to be moral, ethical. If somebody drops that next to you, you don't have to actually stop and see what's happening. Just walk past him and you're okay. You're just as a good human being as the next to you, in the sense of the legality of it. We need individuals, first of all, who will abide by the rules of that very system. I mean, these very systems that we had in place, a financial system, it was breached by individuals for their own personal interest, which is promoted through individualistic liberalism.
Okay, no, I do agree with that. But I mean, the point, I mean, I have two comments on what you've just said. I mean, the first one is, I mean, I think, you know, Kant is too close to Hobbes. And one of the ways in which Kant is too close to Kant's writing on perpetual peace is actually quite Hobbesian, actually, in the end. And one of the reasons why is that, as it were, what's going on there is a negative sense of ethics. So, in other words, the ethics isn't like, how should we live? How can we live well together? The question is, what should we be prevented from doing? So it's negative, where morality or positive values, where values aren't positive, they're negative, because they're constraining the extent to which we can pursue this narrow conception of self-interest. So, I mean, I think that's the first comment I wanted to make. And I mean, the second comment that I wanted to make is, I mean, one of the things that we learn from Kant and other people, which is a positive thing, is that rationality doesn't have to be narrowly self-interested, right? So if rationality is the capacity to respond to reasons, another person's pain constitutes for me a reason for action.
But again, you're meaning reason here. This is the problem.
Okay.
This is the problem with Kant, that we can't tell the difference. You're right, in his critique of reason. I mean, you read, yes, but you cannot always, I wish I knew German, but when I asked German colleagues who are philosophers, they couldn't tell the difference. I don't think even my having learned German would have made any difference. Is this very, in fact, to be honest, I found once I mean, you're in Vienna. I was in Vienna once, and the rector or the chancellor of the University of Vienna was giving a talk, and in it he referred to the charter of University of Vienna of 1300 something, 1400. In that charter, there a difference had been made between rationality and reason. And later I used that, actually. I referenced that. I found the source, the charter, and I used that. But that is a very, very important issue. Not to, I think, mix the two. You can be rational, but that does not mean you're reasonable. And the aim should be to be reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that just gives too much, that view of rationality just gives too much to narrow self-interest.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't give enough to actually, it doesn't help us to understand human relationships. It makes human relationships bargains.
If we change the definition, I mean, or if you take in a definition that is broader and deeper, wow, that's fantastic. Yeah. That goes further just in self-interest.
Maybe you have to close soon here, although it's very interesting. I have one question maybe for Professor Hazen and Professor Hermansen. You already pointed out that Sufism is some kind of alternative approach to Islam, or it's a part of Islam, but it's kind of an alternative in contrast to the mainstream way of living Islam, isn't it? But still, it's especially in Austria, there is some kind of a trend that especially young converts convert to Sufism. What do you think, what is it that attracts young people so much to Sufism instead of the so-called mainstream approach to Islam?
Yeah, well, Rania, I was trying to argue the opposite, that Sufism was the mainstream. You know, Sufism was and is the mainstream. And what happens with modernity and the politicization and various Islamic movements, so both in the Western gaze and in the gaze of Muslims who are kind of looking for more concrete, maybe it relates to the discussion about rationality, that sort of Islamic law becomes the norm, and these, you know, more perhaps cultural or appealing to the individual elements become marginalized and even critiqued and politicized, right? So we know that many of the political Islamic movements explicitly reject Sufism, right, in modernity. Now, the second part of your question about the appeal, shall we say, so we had an appeal of Sufism to today, to elites in the Muslim world, you know, who are looking for that maybe inner dimension, more psychological dimension. What we say in the West, you know, I'm spiritual but not religious. So Sufism kind of comes to represent that trend, what we might call the New Age, the universalist, but also the self-cultivation, right? The charismatic element in the tradition. And that has an appeal, in some cases a renewed appeal, like a rediscovering of authenticity for some young Muslims in the West. And then the thing about the reverts, you know, Sufism is perhaps accessible. So you have New Age, I mentioned in one of the slides, kind of the New Age Sufi dancing and all that. I mean, I think that's really pretty passé now. But you have what I call authenticity Sufism. So many young Muslims, like children of immigrants, first generation, embrace Sufism, but it's a Sufism that has a lot of punctilious observation of Islamic law. So a return, a feeling of maybe making your entire life around both Islamic and inner development. So it's a search for the inner. That would be my take on it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my take is similar, maybe unsurprising. But yeah, what I found is that people are looking for something more. So, going out, and the story of some people who have converted to Islam, or reverted, if you prefer that word, they go to the mosques and they're doing things, but it's still that routine. It's still it gets to a point where it's still kind of empty. They're with themselves, but progress isn't being made. They're still searching. And so some people within this community, and I also did research in England, why have they joined the Sufi community? They found that they wanted even more. They needed that constant renewal of the faith, the challenges, the irshads, the charisma from the living teacher who is educated in Islam, and practical Islam, bringing it to life, working on the self, getting the circles together for meditation, the zikr, being sent somewhere by the sheikh and trying to figure out what the teaching is and see how you're developing along with it. That's very active. You are joining this for that purpose of going further. So this is, it's active and it's out of the routine, and it's a life journey. It's a path going on.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for this very interesting discussion and presentations. I'm afraid we have to close here. And I hope you enjoy our other sessions tomorrow. We start at 9, but Central European time. We'll have a very interesting keynote tomorrow and 4 interesting sessions, also about school and also about, right here. Also case studies and different conceptualizations of peace education with religious education. So I will be very happy to see you tomorrow too. And thank you very much. And I wish you a good evening or morning. I don't know what time it is at your home. And thank you again.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.